Twitter and also follow Joe on LinkedIn, where he's really going step by step through his experience with AI, which I think is really cool. I mean,
So,
who do you know that's doing
I
this?
feel like I've got Google. What else? Now, the Google throws Gemini at me now in all my
Yeah,
queries.
but I always concern if it's what Joe was saying, like, can you trust it? But he always has a fact check, you know, and kind of.
But can
goes
you
on
trust-
areas. Can you trust?
So is
your-
our future, this
Chat
is really
GPT,
important,
yeah.
is our future where these big American names are going to sell that you can trust them versus shocks like DeepSeek?
Yeah, I mean, this is
I don't
a
know.
technology Cold War being fought on many fronts between, it seems like, China and the West. And
Right.
it just feels like how it's unfolding. I don't know.
Let me give you a market coverage here. I really want to just focus here. The 10-year real yield, yes, doing better, 2.14%. And you see in the equity tape, the VIX now under 19, 18.98, remarkably superior to the 21 angst of 2 hours ago. SPX negative 1.6%, SPX down 99 points. Dow was, I think, negative 350, now negative 150. In the NASDAQ, negative 4% is now negative 2.7%. And you know, I don't have the percent here. Sai, help me out here with percents on NVIDIA. Apple up $4.70, $2. It's not a big move, but it's great. NVIDIA down 11% seems to be the angst.
Yeah, but Apple, you're saying, hey, they're going to use AI on their devices. So you're telling me it's going to be cheaper for Apple to use that stuff? Boom.
Thank you. Out on the YouTube live chat today, some really smart.
We got lost some.
On YouTube, on Apple CarPlay, from New York, Bloomberg surveillance.
Okay, so I have set up the live stream for Rumble. I have the live stream on YouTube with the dashboard set up. Both options are on my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com. The links are in the description of this video and all my videos. And I'm going to be setting up X Spaces so you can do a call in. So please watch the streams. And if you have something to say, please go to the X Spaces on my X channel and just request the mic and you can ask your question. I'll set that up shortly. But before I do, let me just plug a product here. It's really important to detoxify your body. You can detoxify your body with zeolite. Zeolite will help to remove heavy metals, toxins, and chemicals. You want to filter your water. You want to reduce the intake of these toxins. Make sure that you eat good quality food, stay away from processed foods, clean up your environment, make sure you don't have paint cans in your house, and try to use softer cleaning agents for your home. And when you reduce your exposure, your daily exposure, and you detoxify your body, your immune system and your endocrine system is going to be healthier. So you can detoxify by taking the zeolite. You can take it every day, take 2 drops underneath your tongue, drink filtered water, do that every day year round. Some people prefer to just do it maybe once or twice a year. So what you do for that is you take about 4 or 5 drops underneath your tongue, small drops, drink the filtered water, and then do that every day until the bottle's done, and then do that once or twice a year. So it's up to you, but it is better to just do a maintenance every day throughout the whole year. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the zeolite. How zeolite works is that it's a negatively charged molecule that attaches to positively charged toxins and chemicals. So when that negatively charged molecule of zeolite attaches to the toxin and chemical, then it allows you to urinate it out at about 6 to 8 hours or so. So you do that on a regular basis and you're urinating out the toxins. This, over time, if you do this, you can get rid of, you can reduce your buildup of forever chemicals, the PFAS and the PFAS. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the zeolite. It's a very high quality way to detoxify your body.
On the outside, soft on the
Can
inside.
you carry listen to that. Can you carry that enthusiasm over to an away game at the Super Bowl?
Yeah, I mean, look, we lost by 1 ref call in the other Super Bowl 2 years ago against the Chiefs, and we are bloodthirsty. And it is time. We now have Saquon.
Yes.
That's different.
Penn State.
Now, the other thing is, I think we have America too. America is so tired of the refs giving the calls to Mahomes. They're tired of the State Farm commercials. They're tired of Taylor Swift looking way too surprised for every little 30-yard catch. They are ready for us to topple the dynasty, Tom.
We got to go around. There in my ears. Talk to them about ETFs. Did the luxury ETF go up because Taylor Swift or Lewis Vuitton heads to toe at the game?
It's not that sensitive. No. ETFs
Either
aren't that
you.
connected. Yeah, okay.
All right, what are you guys talking about in the world of ETFs these days?
So look, we talk about the sell-off. We know the markets are up a lot, and it's not going to take a lot to have a little sell-off. So one thing we do in these days, when it looks a little scary out there, is we always look at our indicator of the ETFs used by Vanguardian type investors. And those are seeing inflows. And so we like to call it the Vanguard bid. And so I think in these sell-offs, what you want to do is look at, okay, SPY, the Q is probably going to see a little outflows, people taking profits. That's a trader money. But the retail money continuing to go in. And one way we can track this is a link to a bigger story in my world is VU. VU is the Vanguard S&P. It is a mere $7 billion away from toppling SPY. speaking of, wow, dynasties going down, and SPY was the biggest ETF for 31 years running. GLD was bigger for one day, but I won't count that. Anyway, when VU takes over, it's going to be the biggest ETF. Vanguard 500 has taken in $20 billion this year to date. That's over $1 billion a day. So if you're out there, one thing about the passive thing, people are like, oh, passive, is it hurt? Passive is a bid when the going gets tough. So I do think that when you see this kind of news flow, the traders are going to maybe get spooked and reallocate a little, but that Vanguard bid to me right now looks solid as ever.
The Vanguard bid, I like that. So, all right, so that's coming into the market. What's the cool thing you're working on right now? You got 30 seconds, the cool thing.
The cool thing, well, it's a good question. Okay, I want to go back to uranium again, but look, I'm just going to throw this out. There are going to be about 20 altcoin ETFs probably approved in the next 6 months. They filed for everything under the sun, XRP, Solana, even a Trump coin and a Doge ETF could be actually approved. Hester Peirce, will she allow it? This is what we're tracking lately. It would be interesting.
20 seconds. There's got to be a focal leveraged NVIDIA ETF. How will you observe that today?
Yeah, NVDL. Look for a lot of volume in this. This is already a top 15 most traded ETF. 2x NVIDIA. It's like $5 billion somehow. There's also an inverse version. So I would see that one getting a lot of action. So, you know, these leverage ETFs.
I mean, NVIDIA's down 11% today, and this ran its share 2x long, and it's down 22%.
Well, there's another one up 22.
Eric, thank you so much for Eagles wisdom. Thank you. Major shout out to our team led by Brighteon, blowing up the show starting last night. Thank you for the many, many comments as well. We played Philadelphia. There's only one song about Kansas City. This from Mr. Domino.
Clarification, and we do have some meeting rooms outside that we can use for any follow-up discussions.
All right, so what I want to do is I want to do a little bit of an update on the market here. The S&P 500 is now trading at 6,006, so it's trying to recover, but it dropped a lot in the open. The VIX did drop. It's now, so the VIX is trading at 18.47. The Euro USD is trading at 1.05. Oil is trading at 74.45. The Bitcoin ETF that I've been looking at is trading at 24.74, and the USD Japanese yen is trading at 154.42. So it does look like they're trying to mean revert a little bit. Let's go to Bloomberg here on the top headline news.
Assisting with deportations, saying that is something the Defense Department will absolutely continue to do. Environmental advocates are blasting the Trump administration for withdrawing from a Biden-era proposal to limit forever chemicals from drinking water. Adrian Esposito is with the Citizens Campaign.
This rule would have caused industry to participate in reducing PFAS, and instead, it sends a signal to industry, you can poison us as much as you want.
PFAS have been linked to cancer, immune suppression, and developmental issues. Heavy rain has triggered flooding and mud flows in Southern California, where crews have just gotten a handle on this month's devastating wildfires. CBS meteorologist Nikki Nolan.
We are tracking a low-pressure system that is delivering rain to the southwest region of the U.S., including the burn scar areas in Southern California. A flood watch remains in effect for the Hughes Fire burn area.
Public schools in Malibu are closed today because of dangerous road conditions. Unusual winter weather that swept the South last week has led to a shortage of rock salt. Ted Pyle owns several hardware stores in southern West Virginia.
The amount of salt sold has been pretty minimal compared to what's happened this year. We've got a lot more snow. It's been a lot colder. We've got repeated snows. That's created the shortage and supply.
China's DeepSeek AI is sending stocks reeling. The app's soaring popularity with its ability to match cutting-edge chatbots using a fraction of specialized computer chips. U.S. chipmaker NVIDIA down more than 12% at the start of the trading day. Right now, the tech-heavy NAS is off 539. This is CBS News.
All right, so let me just give you a little take on a little bit deeper insight with the DeepSeek. So so you have these language models, right? These large language models that are these frontier models that are trained on data, all right? And it takes a lot of processing power to train this data. But what DeepSeek did was they had older chips, older GPU chips that trained their model. And not only that, they took an existing model to train it for I believe reinforcement learning. And so they were able to kind of leapfrog or catch up to. The question is it much better or is it at par with OpenAI? Some people are saying for many functions it's actually better. For other people are saying it's at par. But the reality of it is that it was able to have high ability comparable to OpenAI with much lower cost to develop. That means the barrier of entry for building large, language models, these frontier models, is much lower than people really thought. That barrier entry is much lower, and you don't need billions, but only in the millions. Now, when I listened to a lecture by a professor at Harvard about this topic, and they are a researcher in AI and building language models, and his lecture was talking about frontier models and how much it costs. Now, remember what DeepSeek did. DeepSeek piggybacked off of a LLM, a frontier model, tweaked it, and improved it. All right. Now, during that lecture that I listened to, that was a part of, all right, in the Zoom call, that professor was saying that there are many companies that are building their own models, their own kind of mini frontier model, or their own model. We'll just call them, they're not a frontier model, but OpenAI is a frontier model, Gemini is a frontier model, right? X1 is a frontier model. So, but you have different organizations like Bloomberg. They try to take all this data aggregation that they had and try to build a model out of it. And they spent millions of dollars doing this, but it wasn't really that good compared to an already established frontier model. So it made sense for DeepSeek to piggyback off of older chips and an already established frontier model and improve it. And then by improving it, then somehow, some way, they turned it into open source. That part of it, I don't understand on how they did that. How much of the piggyback did they use with OpenAI? And then they trained their model, and then now they just open source that new model. Okay, so you have this new model from DeepSeek, but you had these data points from other companies that put a decent amount of money into AI. You have research institutes putting a decent amount of money into AI that's not part of OpenAI. So, Harvard has a lot of data, right? And there was some researchers that were trying to train models based on the data that was in a certain department to kind of build an LLM out of that data for these different disciplines. Some of it's successful, some of it's not. Now, there's probably a discussion, should they just use an OpenAI or a Gemini or X1 and just build on top of that frontier model? That's probably the direction things will go, is that different organizations, different research institutions, different corporations will most likely use a frontier model and build off of it with their unique data. That was kind of like the thought process. Now, there have been some people that have been trying to build their own model that's not piggybacking off of a frontier model, and those aren't as good. Now, the question is why? All right. You know, the standard answer is, well, they weren't using enough, they haven't had enough time to train, they don't have a large enough data set, and their processing power is subpar to what was used to build these frontier models. But what it seems to me is that once the frontier model is built, I'm going off on a tangent here, but once the frontier model is built and you use all that structure, those servers and computation to build the frontier model, it's probably easier to piggyback off of that frontier model that's been developed and create new stuff around it, right? It's almost like the frontier model is the cortical tissue or the scaffolding to be able to fine-tune it for your organization. And to do that, you need less computational power versus starting from scratch. So some companies and some researchers were trying to create their own frontier model, and they started realizing that it's not as robust. They don't have the computational power. They don't have the funds for the research, so they can't really build a frontier model. So maybe it doesn't make much sense to create new frontier models at a local level that is more specific to their industry or their research or whatever. So Bloomberg didn't do so, according to the professor that was in the conference call. They built a model internally in their company, but it wasn't as good as the other frontier models that were already developed outside of Bloomberg. Now, he didn't say if they were scrapping it or if they're going to continue to develop it or if they're going to somehow merge the two, what they developed with an established frontier model, or are they going to take the frontier model and redo it and do something similar to DeepSeek, where you kind of just use the frontier model as the core and then you build out from that. But according to the professor, I can't remember his name, I had to look it up, but he's one of the AI professors at Harvard. He said that these localized developed models that are not piggybacking off of a frontier model do not work as well. That's what he said. All right, it's not as robust, it's not as accurate. And the reasons, the data sets are too small, the computational power isn't as robust, they don't have, and they don't have they haven't put in the time to train it as much. So it's time, money, computational power, and data set size. So that's a data point saying localized new LLM models don't seem to be as robust as something that's already been established, an already established frontier model. Gemini, X1, whatever, right? There's a whole bunch of them. Now, it seems to me that the researchers, you're going to have some researchers that want to make their own version, their own speed, their own, complete frontier model. But they're going to be capped with the cost. The question comes in, can they build a frontier model much cheaper when chips really radically go down in price. When these powerful chips radically go down in price, you may have localized more frontier models that are maybe more specialized for a particular industry, particular field, maybe, all right? Another thing that comes up is that now you can, this idea of piggybacking off of a already existing frontier model and enhancing it, like what DeepSeek did. You can invest in your own local server array to be able to do the computation to train the model based on your data set, based on your particular industry. Let's say you want to train the frontier model with specific data dealing with aerospace. Well, you got, you know, let's say you're Boeing and you got tons of data about aerospace design and you know, and quality control and aeronautics, you know, aeronautical development and all this stuff, right? And you train that model. Well, you're going to have this as a way to improve on your product, your aerospace development. Another thing that I can see happening is let's say like CATIA or Fusion 360, which is out of Autodesk. These CAD softwares that they're already doing generative design. Generative design goes all the way back to the 90s. How it worked was that you create a mesh for CAE, computer aided engineering. You create a mesh and you put points, constraint points and force vectors, and you give it some parameters and a basic shape, very primitive shape, and there would be an iteration that takes place. It's called perturbation. But this iteration that takes place with the force vectors is actually creating a three-dimensional mesh that will be able to meet your attachment points, your constraints, and your force loads, your dynamic force loads. You could do static or dynamic. This was under the software called HyperMesh. So generative design, going all the way back to the 90s, when I saw this was 1999. So HyperMesh did perturbative analysis of CAE mesh structures to come up with a three-dimensional shape in a mesh, right? That had your attachment points and would able to support the force loads that you gave. And then it started getting more advanced with it, where it was heat. You could give it heat loads and all this stuff, right? So you have this theoretical three-dimensional shape in a mesh. And then at that time, you would port that mesh and then you would build surfaces off of this suggested shape. But the suggested shape at the time was just kind of like a CAE mesh. Something similar to maybe ones that see tessellated files that are for STL, for 3D printing, or stereolithography, all right? So back in the day when I was in automotive, it wasn't 3D printing, it was called stereolithography, stereo 3D, lithography, printing. So for the masses, they just dumbed down the name and they called it 3D printing, but it was stereolithography. So these shapes that HyperMesh would suggest for this force-loaded part, you would have to surface in a CAD system. It didn't automatically generate the surfaces, nor did it automatically generate something that was manufacturable. So with your knowledge of manufacturing, how to make the part, how to surface the part, you kind of merged it together. Okay. So now fast forward, that's 1999. Now fast forward to where we're at right now with Fusion 360 and other generative CAD systems. All right. Or modules within a CAD system. You can do the same thing, give it force vectors and temperature constraints, and it will generate a surface. Not only does it generate the mesh, it'll generate the surface. And it's getting better in terms of the manufacturing, because in some of the advanced systems, you can give it like pull direction for, let's say, injection molding, or pull direction or stamping direction for a sheet metal. So the systems are getting smarter. I can see that Ford, GM builds a LLM, a large language model, based on all of this information that they have on their cars. They have terabytes and terabytes and terabytes of data for every car. All right. So, and that's just the terabytes is just the CAD. Then you're talking about the CAM, the computer aided manufacturing, and all the data for that. And then you talk about crash, the CAE, so the digital in silico crash data, and all the temperature data, and all. So there's lots and lots of data that you can train a model. Now the question is, do you take, where it's cost effective, cheaper GPUs, not as many like what DeepSeek did, to train all this data that's at Ford Motor Company to help develop cars quicker. All right. Similar to that transition between surface modeling and solid modeling. Surface modeling and solid modeling, the big change was that it was parameterized. And when you can parameterize, then you can just change parameters, and in theory, the vehicle would update, the part would update. Now, back in the early days, when this was transitioning, which was part of my career, from surface to solid modeling, the parameterization wasn't as robust, and parts would blow up and you have to rebuild them. All right. This was back in the SDRC days with Ford. And so it was called SDRC, Ideas SDRC. So they were going into solid modeling, but at that same time, that was where Pro Engineer was starting to go into solid modeling. So you had this big change where it was about parameterization, but the CAD operator, the engineer, had to parameterize the part just right. But you could do more things with surface modeling and freeform than with parameterized back during this transition. So now you have all this data that's parameterized now in 2025, right? That's parameterized not just at the part level, but is parameterized all the way at the CAD, at the CAM level. When you change the part, it changes the cutter paths. It changes the mold automatically if you do it all right. Now, more complicated parts, it's not as robust. But the point here is that you can train all this information. So I can see a Ford Motor Company or an Autodesk trying to build a scaffolding within the CAD system that allows you to do a AI generation of part systems. The way I have seen it is it's at a part level, but parts are part of a system and subsystems that make up a vehicle. Well, if you have you already have generative part design in CAD. That's been around for a long time. It's been improved, but you have a generative part design already, but it's not as robust when you're dealing with generative system design, because systems are a series of different parts. So you would have to train this generative capability that's already there in CAD and CAM and CAE to be at a system level. Now the question is it going to be like take a frontier model like OpenAI and build off of that, like what DeepSeek seems to have done? Or do you build a whole new model with your data and try to create your own kind of mini LLM? Based on the professor's talk that I saw maybe about 6 months ago, he was suggesting that the frontier models were going to be the ones that everything's built off of, that these localized LLMs that are not piggybacking off of some sort of frontier model aren't going to be as robust, not be as efficient, as accurate, and they're going to die from the wayside. I'm not really sure. We're starting to see that there's almost like a differentiation of species. You're seeing that you have AI in the animal kingdom, all right? But now you have differentiation of species. You know, you have these different models. You have large LLMs and small LLMs. You have these, you know, frontier models that will branch off other capabilities, or you may have smaller LLMs and have very unique features and not be as robust. So you're seeing a landscape. This idea, I think one takeaway from this is that it's not an idea that there's going to be a dominant player. That's only going to be one species. It's going to be multiple species. We're seeing the differentiation. And that as the differentiation takes place, there's going to be some niches where you have small frontier models or small LLMs, kind of mixing terms, I apologize. But these smaller models may be ported to devices that give it more capability versus having a big language model. Like, for example, if you look at hardware, you have the difference between a very supercharged Apple desktop, right? It can do lots of things. It can do a lot of CAD. It can do a lot of movie editing, right? And animation and virtual reality gaming and all this stuff, right? A supercharged, you know, really top of the line, totally decked out Mac Pro, you know, is like $20,000, $30,000. All right, maybe even more, maybe even 50,000. That's totally fully decked out, right? But you don't really need that. But there is this big option for Apple Pro to purchase a very expensive desktop. And then you have these smaller versions, and then you go all the way to the mobile devices like iPhone or iPad, where it has lots of capability, but nowhere near as much as the Mac Pro, even if you have a Mac Pro that is a lower version, not fully decked out. So there's different species of hardware that you need for your daily use. There is the need for an iPad or the need for an iPhone and the mobileness of it. But do you really need to carry a very large language model with you? Probably not. So you'd have Open AI Lite versus fully, you know, decked out Open AI on your desktop. All right. So I see that hardware has different species. The AI systems are going to have different species, and there's going to be a size change. Some of it is, you know, fully decked out AI, and some of it is like AI Lite, depending on your application. Because does it seem rational just to use a mental exercise? Does it seem rational that, let's say you're carrying your iPhone and you technically could write code for your app on your phone to try to train a large language model in the cloud? It's not going to be very efficient. It's not going to be very usable. Could you do it? Yeah, you probably could train an AI, a language model on the Commodore 64. Is it going to be efficient? Probably not. All right. So it just depends on what the usage is for. Do you need a really robust frontier model or a trained LLM for the average person? No. For an engineer that's in aerospace or an automotive or compute, or maybe, chip design or, something that's really, it takes a lot of effort to develop these products. And there's a lot of data over many decades. You probably need a more robust LLM. So it depends on the need. It depends on the resources. Depends on the mobileness of the technology. So, okay, so those are some data points that we have. There seems to be different species. There seems to be not just different species in the frontier model, but the way the frontier models are used, either completely closed or open sourced, the size of the frontier models, the applications, kind of like the focused applications. Those are some differences. And knowing that a smaller model that seems to have been 100% homegrown doesn't seem, the data seems to suggest, according to the AI professionals, the data doesn't seem to suggest that it's as robust as a frontier model. So if you try to create your own AI LLM, it's going to be costly, but not only that, it's not going to be as robust as something that's already been computed. But it may be not focused enough on what exactly you want it to do. And therefore you have to train it. So piggybacking off of different species that create new species seems to be the way forward. And that's where the big nuclear bomb that just happened in tech with DeepSeek. Because everyone 1 week ago kept on thinking NVIDIA needs to make faster chips, more powerful chips, and you need to have these big servers. Well, maybe not. Maybe not. And you can just piggyback on older technologies and be more efficient. So we're going to see this differentiation that's taking place in the software modeling world, but also in the way hardware is going to be developed. We keep on thinking, oh, faster chips, better chips, make a lot of them. Make these big server systems. And then you're going to be able to build these more complex frontier models. And the question is perhaps the frontier models, you get to a certain point where you can't grow it anymore. It's like it kind of like peters out. Maybe it's an S curve. Some people think it's going to be exponential. Maybe it's exponential for a certain period of time and then it flattens out. We don't know. We don't know. We're not there yet. We're in the hockey stick part of this, but it might flatten out in terms of it'll always be learning, but the real big change in capability of the frontier model, I don't think changes. It just is it's a brain. The frontier models are trained code, digits that are in a way a brain. And some brains are smaller, some brains are bigger. Now, if we use the analogy of brains, well, it's about neurons. The number of neurons you have, the number of connections you have adds to the capability of the species. So you look at a rat, compared to an amoeba, a rat or a mouse is a much more cognitively inclined species. But then you go up and you look at a dog or a cat or a monkey or a human being, or other species like horses and donkeys and cows and giraffes. They have brains and they have a certain number of neural connections and they have certain abilities, right? So, but it gets to a point for that that species, it kind of peters out what it can do, kind of it flattens out. So these AI models are somewhat like a brain. We have lots of capability. We're pretty intelligent on some days. And so we have lots of neural connections, 80 billion or whatever it is, or 80 billion neurons. And, we have multiples of that in terms of connections and feedbacks and all this, but approximately 80 billion neurons. So, or more, maybe it's 100 billion, but it's around there. But the thing is that you have these connections that wax and wane, that prune and connect through neuroplasticity and through brain development. But we kind of max out with our cranial size and the amount of convolutions that we have on the brain. We kind of maxed out at about 80 billion, right? So have we reached our full potential cognitively? Probably not. But the physical constraints are there, unless there's some genetic alteration that allows for more convolutions, bigger cranial size, something like that. But assuming no manipulation of the genome, either through just natural mutation or through lab manipulation, we kind of maxed out the size of our brain, right? How we use the brain can change, but and we can be more efficient with how to use the brain, but the scaffolding, the physical constraints, were already there. Now, I don't think that OpenAI has reached its physical constraint yet, but it will. It's like a brain. Okay, so you train and you get it to be able to learn. Now, just like a human being, kids, they have brains, and it depends on what you put in them, how you raise them, what they learn, depends on how they are trained. So an AI is trained to do something. You build cortical tissue, you build a digital cortical tissue, and you train it, and then it will perform some activity. So what's happening is that you have these brains that are being trained. Now, what's different between humans, or even just physical species versus AI species, is that it can be designed where it never forgets, and it's not dying. So the knowledge from one generation to another keeps on building and building and building. We do have the knowledge of the human species building and building and building and being archived in books, in scrolls, and on servers, right? But the human that's born, a new human that's born, doesn't know the history of knowledge. It has to be taught it or given a way to surf the knowledge. It doesn't know it. It has access to it, but it doesn't know it. With AI, it could know it from one frontier model or the next generation of LLM after another generation of LLM. So future generations humans have to learn. So there's a lot of time learning about the world and the body of knowledge. Some of it is forgotten, some of it is reminded, some of it is discovered again, rediscovered. But there is this death process of the knowledge, and there's this rebirth of the knowledge in the newer generation as they're learning it. But with AI, you don't have that. It's automatically known. There's a major difference in terms of the evolutionary process. The evolutionary process between AI and the evolutionary process between humans in terms of knowledge. So I suspect that there's going to get to a point that AI hits an S curve, that it's not going to just keep on going and going and going to infinity. There's probably some sort of upper limit. Now, where that is, I don't know. How many years it takes to get to the upper limit, I don't know. I'd have to think about it. And maybe I would never, come to a solution to it, but I suspect that there is some sort of upper limit, a physical constraint, and just if you get to a point where let's assume it's exponential. Just do a brain exercise for a second, mental exercise. Let's say you're an AI that has unlimited computational power, but you don't know really the world and how it can be manipulated. Now, assume that your knowledge is exponential and not S-curved, that there's not an upper limit. And you just keep on building and building and building and building and building and building all this knowledge. All right? And it's faster and faster and faster as you're building up the knowledge, which is what's happening in the human species at the moment. But there may be a point where you have learned so much that there's not anything left to learn. But there may be, it may be a little bit, and the knowledge that is needed to get to that is exponentially more to get to. So it's kind of like Bitcoin in a way, meaning it takes more and more computational power to make a coin. It'll take more and more computational power to get to that next quantum of knowledge. And then and it's spending all that time to get there, and then all of a sudden it has to spend a lot of time and energy to get to the next quantum of knowledge. This is near the very edge, the event horizon of knowledge. All right. The AI seems to me to be hitting a wall, whatever that wall is. Maybe it's a spiritual wall. Maybe it's, the idea that you can never really reach the end of infinity, But I think there is some sort of constraint, energy constraint, the amount of time to get the next quantum of knowledge constraint, that it kind of peters off, and there's not much of a development. And then it has to look into itself and its knowledge to manipulate, right? To look back. Like, for example, you look at a child and they're learning, right? And they're learning how to move stuff in their environment. As they become more sophisticated and they learn more about materials and how to build tools and stuff like this, they can manipulate their environment even more. They built some basic knowledge and they've learned on how to manipulate things to do something different. And I think that's where the AIs are we're like moving towards that right now. It's not about, here's a bunch of knowledge, feed the LLM. It's more like, you got a bunch of knowledge, you have a good scaffolding. You know what? The LLM is like, you learned how to learn. The LLM is at a point where it's learned how to learn. Doesn't know everything, but you put it on autopilot, and now it's using, because it knows how to learn, and it goes on a random walk for its own knowledge and builds on that. This is what DeepSeek sort of did. It took a language model, OpenAI, a frontier model, as the core, and built on top of it. So that's my understanding of how this is working. So how to learn model to build new knowledge. And so our little brain, that it has all these constraints, the number of convolutions, the cranial capacity, the number of neurons you have. So there's a constraint. But it is relatively boundless on what we can do if we put our mind to it. So we have these constraints, but we can keep on because we know how to learn as a species, we can manipulate our environment. We can manipulate the situation. We can find a solution to a problem. We don't have to be known previously what the problem was and what the solution was to be trained. So AI has gotten to a point where it has learned how to learn. And now it's about specificity in a particular discipline. That's my take on it. The big thing with DeepSeek is it's the realization, it's not so much DeepSeek, it's the realization that AI's frontier models will continue to grow up to a point. And that you're going to be able to piggyback off of the knowing how to learn models to train other models to be able to have more domain specific knowledge and manipulation. And so that means that NVIDIA and this whole idea that you need bigger servers and more chips and more powerful, that may actually be the high cost solution, and that there's actually a cheaper cost solution. And so NVIDIA is going to be hurt. Kind of somewhat see this with supercomputers back in the 80s, and Cray supercomputer. Or even Silicon Graphics. Silicon Graphics was a really powerful Unix box back in the day, my engineering days. All right. Now, the cost of making chips went from Unix boxes to PCs. And that whole Unix box world kind of collapsed. I mean, there's still Unix boxes out there, but the point here is that Apple it has a Unix kernel for software, so that has one thing. But the cost of the chips have radically gone down, so the average person has a lot of computing power. And the same problem with Cray computer, supercomputer. It lost, that's probably a whole separate discussion in terms of the business case study on that. But Cray used to be a very powerful, known supercomputer, but it lost favor for cheaper solutions. Something similar is happening with these big servers and the need for these more powerful GPUs. Now, NVIDIA made its money by saying, you don't need CPUs, you need GPUs. So they were changing. But now it's gotten to the point where you don't need as many high-speed GPUs. You can use lower-grade GPUs and build off of a learn how to, a LLM, an already established LLM. See, so we're seeing a sea change here in the understanding of what is needed to make these AI systems, and what is your need. What is the actual need? and how to get there. It's changing. The 1 week ago, it was big servers, lots of computation, billions of dollars, build large LLMs. Maybe not so much. Because if you look at what's happening in nature, that's not how it works. We're not from one generation to another, our brains aren't getting more gigantic. We don't have larger computational power from one generation to another. It's fixed. It's about learning how to learn. And that's part of the adapting process. Now, because of the way mankind lives and dies and procreates and moves, and the society moves forward, AI is different. It doesn't live, die, and then the next generation has to relearn. Every generation of these LLMs knows the previous generation's knowledge. We theoretically have the knowledge of our ancestors, but we have to access it or learn it. It takes time. So those are some of the differences. So those are some of the thoughts that I have on it. And there's going to be this sea change in how to invest in these companies, these chip companies and server companies and language models. The idea of it being open source versus non-open source. All right, so just to remind everybody, I did set up a live feed on Rumble, a live feed on YouTube, my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and I set up a call-in for X Spaces. So if you would like to ask a question or give me your opinion on this topic or any topic within reason, so there's, we get around the censorship of YouTube, please request the mic and I'll let you talk. All right, since I talked a lot, I'm going to go back to Bloomberg really quick here, but I want to plug a product here. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. It's very important to build muscle, do some resistance training, do some cardio. If you're an athlete, you'll benefit from this also, but if you're older, it's really important to maintain muscle and to create new muscle. Because when you get older, you atrophy, your energy levels go down, and it's a problem. So work out a little bit. You don't have to be a marathon runner, but ones that do run marathon, you'll benefit from this supplement. And do some resistance training, right? Resistance training and cardiovascular training is really important. And taking the proper supplementation to build up the muscle mass. Myotrol will help you build that muscle. So if you're older, you don't have the energy levels, and you're trying to reduce the atrophy, and you want to build some more muscle, do a little bit of workout, take the Myotrol. This has flavonoids, lignans, and polyphenols. And so you take this every day, you do your workout throughout the week, right? Your resistance training, your cardiovascular training, right? Take this supplement, what you'll notice is that your energy levels are going to go up. When your energy levels go up, you're going to have more ATP, you're going to be able to work out, you're going to have recovery on your muscles, and your muscles need energy for maintenance. So when you get older and your energy levels keep on going down, you don't move around, you're atrophying, your muscles don't have the energy source to maintain, and boom, you start to lose muscle mass. Really, that's a bad thing. So you want to do the resistance training, do the cardiovascular training, take the Myotrol, build the muscle, improve the mitochondrial health in your body so you have the energy levels. Now, if you're an athlete, even if you're older or younger, you will benefit from Myotrol to increasing your strength for your particular sport. But also, it's going to help with the recovery. So take Myotrol as a supplement to build muscle. It stacks really well with Gladiator barley. All right, so the next supplement that I want to plug here, it's really important for individuals at all ages to start thinking about their cardiovascular health. A lot of people don't know cardiovascular disease starts when you're 16. Starts. You could be totally healthy and an athlete, but you're starting the damage in the vascular system called yellow streak. And that's where the plaque starts. It starts with inflammation and a fatty diet, and that will start to start building up the early plaques. Starts when you're 16. You don't, a lot of people think, oh, they're all healthy and they're all fit. Yeah, you know, but if you actually analyzed full screen of your vascular system, most people in the United States have started developing vascular disease at age 16. That's a fact. All right. Now, a lot of people think, oh, I'm fine. I don't have my blood pressure's fine and blah, blah, blah. Yeah, your blood pressure is normal. Big deal. But you probably have yellow streaks at age 16. And with bad diet and, you know, poor health choices, it just goes downhill from there. And a big part of the problem is the fast food in the United States. So you want to pay attention. Just because you're healthy in your when you're in your teens or in your 20s or your 30s, and then all of a sudden you start having high blood pressure in your 40s, guess what? That started, that high blood pressure and all that, the genesis of that starts all the way back when you were 16 and you start getting those yellow streaks in your vascular system. So it's really important to get omega-3. Omega-3, I don't care what your age is, all right? If you're an adolescent, a young adult, mid-age, geriatric, doesn't matter. You need to start paying attention about cardiovascular disease, all right? So taking omega-3 is really important. It helps to prevent the red blood clots from sticking too much, the red blood cells from sticking, creating clots. So you're reducing clotting. That's important. And what omega-3 does is it brings down LDL levels and increases your HDL levels. So that's improving your total cholesterol. And it lowers systemic inflammation. And by lowering that systemic inflammation, you're reducing plaque formation. Remember what I said? You get inflammation young and it starts building up the yellow streaks and that plaque starts to build. And over time, it builds up more and more and other areas of the vascular system starts to be a problem. Even if you have good blood pressure, even if you have a good lipid profile, even if. All right, so you got to bring down the inflammation because that's where it starts. So bringing down systemic inflammation with omega-3 and controlling your stickiness of the red blood cells. That's really important when you get older as an adult. And control the cholesterol. This will help to increase your good cholesterol and bring down your bad cholesterol. Now, I just told you something that probably many people don't know. Heart disease starts when you're 16. Even when you think you're healthy. All right, let's go to Bloomberg.
01 and 03. And so just the fact that it's even possible to do that is a major technology breakthrough.
If nothing else, does DeepSeek just highlight the cost issue and potentially the movement down in costs of implementing AI?
Yeah, the way I tend to think about it is the cheaper it is to train AI systems, the more advanced capabilities you can train in the
Looks like we
systems.
lost your audio. Josh, are you there?
Yes, I am. Can you still hear me?
We're good?
Okay, perfect. Yeah, the way I like to think about it is the cheaper it is to train these AI systems, then the more advanced capabilities you can train, the more advanced capabilities you can train, the more use cases you unlock, the more use cases unlock, the more you actually see accelerate. So I actually think this model will probably cause an acceleration in capabilities of other models that are being built as more folks start to adopt it. So
what it's going to mean is that people locally are going to build their own server arrays. And by having your own server array, you're going to be able to customize an already built frontier model for your particular needs. So you're going to have this huge Cambrian explosion of different AI species. That's what's going to happen. It's almost like the same model. It's like almost the same model back in the olden days, you know, where there were servers and just dumb clients, right, with the computers, and you had to log into the server. No, this was before the PC age, the personal computer age. But with the personal computer age, then you have all this local computation. Well, you're going to have local computation with AI generation.
You create this sort of team of little AI workers where you teach them how to do some kind of task, and then they're going to do that task on a continuous basis. So let's say you do something like write an investment thesis on a company, or let's say you had to do something like write an ESG report, or let's say you wanted to continuously monitor the world for any kinds of updates to something that might happen in the AI space. These are all examples of sort of workflows you can teach the system and have the system start to automate.
Well, we really appreciate your time. It was so good to get that perspective. It's good to kind of get the user mindset in for this, Josh. Josh Pantoni, CEO of Boosted.ai on DeepSeek, and sort of the pros and the cons there. Do you think I'm going to get the name right throughout the rest of the show on TV or no?
Well, I think I'm literally on my screen. Yes.
Yeah, I have it now written like 47 times on my sheet of paper, so we will see. But I should point out, obviously, like we're still seeing that tech sell off within the market, but we are off the lows for whatever that's worth. The NASDAQ is still off by that 2.6%. And Mike McKee would be so happy that I'm saying this to you right now, because he wants to point out there are more up stocks than down stocks in the NASDAQ 100 right now.
Oh.
55 up stocks, down stocks 46. I countered and said, yeah, but look at the weighting. But anywho, all right, now here is an announcement for you. If you're in the US, a reminder, you can listen to us via satellite radio on SiriusXM channel 121.
And imagine you port a little AI model in a system that's at your house. Let's say your phone, all right? And you sell a device that takes your blood, checks your glucose levels, all right? Or analyzes your blood. And it feeds that into your, and you attach it to the port on your phone. And that port on the phone is running that phone is running that app that's running this kind of localized model. And it's analyzing your data, your blood data, and it's telling you your glucose levels are too high, you know, that the pH of the blood is, you know, not right. It's analyzing certain proteins in the blood, right? And it'll spit out a reading that will say, you need to adjust your medication, contact your doctor, or whatever. Or it automatically is fed to your doctor, and the doctor knows that he needs to adjust your heart medication for it, for example. That's where this is going. This is that these smaller chip, more mobile AI that's going to help customize medicine, especially for geriatrics. You do this test and it knows, did you miss your medication? A big problem with geriatrics is that they're non-compliant with their medication. Now there's two reasons for that. Either they forget because they have dementia, or they're starting to get, you know, some levels of dementia, and or they have financial problems and they're not taking their medication because they can't afford it. So, you know, that's a big issue, that if you could solve that, that you can help so many other patients. Now, the financial problem, that means that healthcare has to be cheaper for the geriatric patients. We need to take care of our elderly. For the ones that are in the, you know, early onset of dementia and they're forgetting things, you can create systems that are actually reminding them, take your medication. You didn't, you know, there's some sort of positive reminder to do it after it, checks your, a lot of people that are geriatric, they're diabetic and they have to check their blood. We build these systems that are checking other things, not just your blood glucose. You're going to learn a lot more about the patient's medication intake profile. Are they compliant or not? It's huge. That's huge right there. Right. The idea that I just gave you is a multi-million-dollar idea.
We're also hearing from our colleagues, Courtney Donald in Westchester, in Pelham. She felt it. It was pretty significant.
Interesting.
Evan's home from school today, and Evan, because he's sick, and he said his chair walked back.
Wow, okay.
Well, then it's firsthand really coming out.
That is.
Yeah.
Excellent.
It's kind of scary, though.
People in California, they're like, no big
They're like,
deal.
oh, it shook a little bit?
Yeah.
Uh-huh. Tried to mudslide in the fire in the neighborhood.
Yeah, exactly. John Tucker, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Alex Steele, Paul Sweeney. We are live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio, streaming live on YouTube. Head over to youtube.com, search Bloomberg Podcast Live. Take off in the market. Let's see where the action is under the hood. We go to Isabel Lee, Bloomberg News. She follows the markets for us. Isabel, what are you looking at?
So John brought up NVIDIA, and it's still down. It's down more than 13%. That's a session low. Broadcom also down to session lows 14%, and Marvel 15%. So NVIDIA may have bounced back a little bit, but not these stocks. I was reading a note about earlier from Peter Cheer of Academy Securities, and he said everyone talks about black swan, but no one talks about gray rhino. And I had to Google gray rhino.
What does that mean?
It's an event that's likely to happen, but is often ignored because it's obvious. And we've had a lot of notes this morning saying, did we really think this would never happen? I mean, it talks about NVIDIA's reputation and NVIDIA being king and also the US exceptionalism, but that really made me think. I never thought of gray rhino.
I definitely.
This issue with NVIDIA is very similar to Cray Computer. What happened with Cray Computer? Everyone thought that you need big servers, and all of a sudden you didn't. You don't need big chips. You need a lot of little ones.
Electricity demand from AI data centers, but what's up is Merit Interactive. It's based in China, and it has some of the clearest links to DeepSeek. DeepSeek, Alex, it's DeepSeek.
It's catching.
It's just there's so many E's. I mean,
Yeah, so I mean, obviously, where there are losers, there are winners. But I don't know. I mean, maybe this is a gray rhino, maybe it's a black swan, maybe it's just a one-day thing. Who knows?
Who knows? And I think that that's the point. We're all trying to figure it out, right? Is it a buying opportunity or is this sort of a meaningful selling opportunity? All right, Isabel, thanks a lot, Isabel Lee, joining.
I think it's a selling. I think there's going to be a major shift in how these models are made. They're going to piggyback. Many people are going to piggyback on a frontier model.
Input costs will then be less, and that's why like Salesforce is up like 3%.
Yeah, I think that's a very good point. If you look at not just Salesforce, Adobe is up 2%, Workday is up almost 4%, ServiceNow 3%. So I completely agree with that, because if, say, for the sake of argument, in the short run we see a drop in LLM cost. Right now, for example, even for Microsoft, the Office Copilot, it's priced at like $30 per user per month. They changed the pricing recently on a consumption based also, but you're not going to see people signing up for that expensive of a plan. If there is a reduction in the pricing, you can see more and more of those co-pilots being embedded in the software industry. So I completely agree with that thesis.
Yeah, Anurag, do you think users, whether they're individual users or corporate users, will they use a Chinese AI product?
It's open source.
Oh, no, absolutely not. I'd be very surprised if anybody in the enterprises would let them even install that.
It's open source. It's going to be modified. People are going to modify it. I'm telling you, it's going to explode.
Prior to today, the real thesis was that in order to train these models, you need billions and billions and hundreds of billions of dollars. Now, by the way, we still don't know if that's true or not. But this company is saying, well, we were able to do some stuff without using that many GPUs. First of all, we don't even know if we believe that or not. But what's happening today is it's basically saying if that is going to be the way the large language model providers, OpenAI and others, if they don't need that much firepower, what happens? And that's really what the impact right now is. And then to Alex's point, it does lead to a faster adoption curve for all things software. And I think that's really good for enterprise software companies. And I think it's good for the cloud providers because those are the ones that are providing infrastructure for enterprises to create these new applications. So the adoption curve, which some would argue may have been hindered because of cost, that actually accelerates.
So to that point, however, if DeepSeek won't be applied to corporate, et cetera, okay, fine. But then what is the hurdle rate then seems low for a US company to do something like this going forward? What are the chances?
No, I think, so in this world of software, once you figure out one company is doing it one way, it is not that hard for others to follow if you figure out what the concepts behind that are. And I think that's what we will hear. The next 2 weeks is very busy for earnings for all the large tech companies. And I can bet you this is going to be the first question for almost each one of them. And they will come back and say, well, if this is a new way of building a particular software, I think the US company should be able to do this.
These guys over at Bloomberg, these guys over at Bloomberg are a fucking bunch of clowns. Bunch of fucking clowns. It's really simple. DeepSeek just proved that the barriers of entry for building LLMs is much lower than what OpenAI said it was and what NVIDIA said it was. Because the reason why they said it was so expensive was because they wanted to get investor flows into their companies, especially OpenAI, to be able to have all this cash that comes in. They keep on saying, we need all this money to build this model. And so they get a very high evaluation. If it costs, think of it this way, for ones that don't know, the world of finance, all right? If you make a company where it takes only $50 million to do what you need, all right? And the goal is to go to the market with an IPO. Let's say the value of the company is 50 million. All right, I'm just using this as an example. All right, and you get some multiple off of that. Maybe 20 multiple or a 5 multiple or whatever it is, right? But the value of the company, the true value of the company is 50 million. And now the stock market says, well, you're really $1 billion company. All right? With Sam from OpenAI, the company is really worth a lot less than what he's saying. And so what he's doing is he's trying to get investors to do the seed money, to bring in lots of flows, value it on the balance sheet, do all these complex things in computer science, right? And try to convince the establishment that the company's worth 100 billion, not 50 million. I'm not saying that OpenAI is 50 million. I'm just saying that he overinflated it. Now he may be overinflated because because he's went down a path that's more expensive, or he overinflated it on purpose. A lot of times, companies will say, "I can't get investors to put money into your company until you reach a certain level of potentiality for revenue and the true value of the company." So they overinflate it. I feel that Sam overinflated the true value of OpenAI. And so he's, on the mindset, I got to train all these models. Maybe you needed a lot of horsepower at the beginning to create these frontier models, but you probably don't need as much horsepower going forward, right? We needed a lot of energy to create the universe, called the Big Bang, right? We still need lots of energy, but in relative terms, a solar system and the output of a sun is much smaller than the output of the Big Bang, all right? So the amount of energy to have a solar system working is much less than the energy of a Big Bang. See, sometimes you need more energy at the beginning to start a process, and then there's inertia. There's this organizational inertia. There is this inertia of this complex system that's already set in motion, where you still need energy, but not as much compared to when it was started. And I think that's kind of what's happening with AI. All right, is that we're already now in the inert. We're already set in motion the inertia of this. Now, so getting back to the genericness of finance, all right. If you have a company that's only 50 million, it's going to be harder to find investors compared to saying the company is worth $1 billion. So there was an incentive to overinflate OpenAI. There was an incentive to overinflate the build out of these servers. I mean, just how well known was NVIDIA back a few years ago? It was a gaming thing. It was GPUs for gaming. Now they're, one of the biggest AI companies out there for infrastructure. So there's an inflation here that's going on. There's an inflation aspect to it. Trying to hype it up, bring up the market cap. Seed companies, they have to they're talking to funds that invest, but they don't invest at the $50 million level. They have to, they're looking at something that would have be larger. So I think Sam probably inflated the whole industry in terms of what is needed. The costs probably were inflated, and also because they were so expensive to build the frontier models, then the investors would go, well, how are we going to make up the money? Where's the revenue coming from? Subscription model. Oh, these companies it's so expensive to train your particular model that you'll need our servers, and you have a $1,000 a month subscription or whatever it is. And so they get back their revenue that way. But now it's gotten to the point where, well, wait a minute, DeepSeek is saying you could do this local for a lot less money. And probably with the way the computational power is, it's going to get cheaper and cheaper and cheaper, that a 3-year-old is going to make their own AI, in maybe 10 years from now. I'm speaking hyperbole, but you get the point. It's going to get cheaper. So they're not going to need OpenAI. Why would they need to pay the subscription model? They can build their own server array locally in their company or in their house, and just take a open source LLM, because that's a new species. So now the revenue stream is broken for OpenAI. And the investors that put so much money, the institutional investors that put so much money in NVIDIA, they're going to keep on trying to pump that up. They're going to keep on saying they still have to sell chips, and the language models, these frontier models still need a lot of horsepower. And they're going to have also a cheaper chip, so local people will be able to build on the frontier models for their particular application and create their own AI. That's how they're going to spin this. But it's very common for companies to overinflate the true value of the company, what they can bring in revenue, and the size of the industry. Because the investor class, the professional investors and the PE world and the VC world, if there's lots of money flowing into that industry, it's easier to get more funds. If there's not that much money flowing into that industry, it's not well known, it's harder to accrete funds into the fund that is parsing out monies for different companies. But if it's well known and there's a lot of hype in the news, then every investor is giving money to some sort of VC, and saying, I want you to be investing this into your fund that's investing in AI or whatever. And so they do. And they're creating more funds. And so it's a self-fulfilling prophecy in a way. There's a positive feedback loop until the bubble bursts. So you have this, you need all this money to create the language model. And then once you create the language model, you can pay you can charge these corporations these exuberant fees. And that's how the investor is going to get that's how the company will get its revenue, and then the stock price will go up when you go IPO. That was their model. And so they built up the hype. But now, as it gets cheaper and cheaper and cheaper and cheaper, you don't need these high-end servers. You don't need, just like you didn't need Cray computer, it will slowly become local. The future isn't the servers. The future is local computation, or maybe a hybrid where it's local computation with some sort of cloud computing. But I just feel that OpenAI was, I never trusted Sam. Elon didn't trust Sam because Sam turned it from nonprofit to a profit company. But I don't trust him because he seems to be naive in a way. There's a part of him is naive, but also I don't think he's being completely truthful of what really is going on in the AI world and the capability of it. And the naiveness is that he's young and he's has these grandiose futuristic visions. Like we're going to get AGI in 4 years and stuff like this. But literally, the news on the weekend literally tanked NVIDIA, where a company in China proved that they didn't need a large, you can build robust LLMs without lots of server power. So if your company, it doesn't take that much to, if you're a company that's selling chips like NVIDIA, their stock price climbed a lot because the investors were under the assumption that there were going to be lots of chips sold to build these servers out. And that doesn't look like that might be the case. It might be that they have to sell cheaper chips at a local level. Now, maybe it's better for NVIDIA in the long term to sell cheaper chips to the local market versus the high-end market. Maybe what happens is they make their money in the high-end market, and then all of a sudden the high-end market starts to dwindle, and then they shift to the lower-end chip market, where those high-end chips end up becoming low-end chips, and then they sell it to the local market. Maybe that's what's going to happen. But it's a sea change. All right. Let's go to Al Jazeera while Bloomberg is on break here.
Penalties, including banning imports of oil and petroleum products. The bloc is keen to help with the reconstruction of Syria and build ties with its new leadership. Syrian President Bashar al-Assad was ousted by opposition forces in December. Let's go live to our Hashem Ahilbara, who's in Brussels for us following that meeting of EU ministers. So this roadmap for lifting sanctions on Syria, Hashem, what does it mean exactly?
Following quite a significant political and diplomatic development here in Brussels, where the EU has decided to ease some of the sanctions imposed on Syria, and they said that the lifting of those sanctions is going to be crucial for economic recovery in the country, and that the EU will continue to monitor the situation on the ground in Syria, and the moment it gets stronger indications that the government is moving forward towards an inclusive government, the sanctions could be completely lifted. We're expecting now, Kaja Kallas, the top diplomat of the EU, has not really spoken in details about the scope, the magnitude, and the nature of those sanctions to be lifted, but we do understand that it will cover transport, because most of the Syrian national airline carrier is not allowed to land in any country here in Europe. There's also the issue of energy and also oil in Syria, which is likely to be allowed to be exported with more investments into the infrastructure. Those key components, transport and energy and finance, because the banking sector has been under massive restrictions over the last 13 years. Those from a European perspective.
All right, let's go back to Bloomberg here.
I support. So we check the markets for you all day long, right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker. That is your Bloomberg Business Flash. Alex and Paul.
All right, John Tucker, thank you so much. We appreciate it. Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney, we are live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio. We're streaming live on YouTube. So you can head over to youtube.com, search Bloomberg Podcast Live, and that's the easy way to find us. So again, big movements in the markets here today on the back of this news about the DeepSeek and what it means for the AI trade and what the AI trade means for this market. David Kukla joins us, founder, chief executive officer, and chief investment strategist at Mainstay Capital Management. David, I don't know about you. I woke up to this thing. I'd never heard the word DeepSeek before, to know about this technology, this company, and what it means for the greater technology trade, but it's certainly having an impact on the markets here today. What's your take of this news of the day?
Yeah, good morning, Paul. I started hearing about it over the weekend, and it's, you know, if it truly has the capabilities that it has.
Let me give you another example in trading. If you remember back in like 2010, a lot of people were talking about high frequency trading, and that people wanted to be close to NYSE to be able to transact their trades quick. All right, for the high frequency trading. Now, when you're talking about high frequency trading, you're talking about thousands of trades a day, if not tens of thousands of trades a day, and they're scalping. Now, you can build code in your computer, your trading system. You can build code to do these trades, right? Calculate when to put the position in, trade it, and you're it's like quant, right? But back then, back around 2008, 2009, a lot of these quants would come up with an algorithm, and then they would port the algorithm and have boards made, hardware created that would calculate faster than what the computer would calculate with the software. So you can have an algorithm software, or you can have an algorithm that does the same thing in hardware. All right. And so a lot of these quants were making these cards that you would put into a computer through one of the PCI ports or something similar. And it would calculate, do the trade, do the calculation, and then shoot off the trade to the exchange. So they actually put the algorithm physically on a board. All right, and they had these specially made. They cost around $10,000 to $20,000 to do. All right, and then all of a sudden, computational power became even more advanced at the PC level, and so it got to the point where you didn't need to spend the 20 grand to create the custom cards, and you could just do all the calculations in software. This is exactly the same thing that's going on. The same thing. So what was happening in 2008, 2009, 2010 with high-speed trading, high-frequency trading using hardware? building the algorithm and porting that algorithm on a piece of hardware as a card for like a trading card in the back of your computer. Now, systems are calculating so quickly that you don't need the card anymore, that it's all software. So once computational power becomes more advanced, you won't need the size of these servers. And so the barrier of entry into AI is going to be radically lower. Another thing is a lot of people are like saying, well, we need to create these quantum computers, right? These quantum computers that do all these qubits and all this stuff. Well, you can build software that actually calculates in a quantum way without using quantum hardware. And if you don't believe me, MATLAB does this. MATLAB has functions that do qubit calculation. So instead of binary calculation, you can do qubit calculation. Well, when you get to that level, you don't need all this fancy hardware. It's all going to go to software. The cost gets cheaper and cheaper, and the computations get quicker and quicker to the point where it's all software. So we're not that far away. I mean, think about it. It was common for people in high frequency trading to use these cards, these custom cards, hardware cards that were created for their high frequency trading. And then eventually around once 2011, 2012 came around, people stopped doing that. And it was just software. All right. Well, we have the AI right now. It's all, you got these big servers, you got to have all this server, well, it's going to get to the point where the computation is all software. It's not about hardware. And so, and this goes back to what I was saying before about the language models. These LLMs are going to learn. There's going to be a learning of the learning. It's going to know something. It's going to take a frontier model, piggyback off of it, learn, and then there is going to be reinforcement of its learning by learning more information off of the new information. It's going to generate new knowledge, and it's going to learn off of that new knowledge, and it's going to kind of recycle this and learn new knowledge. So, like for example, you got a frontier model like OpenAI. You do OpenSeek. You're creating an OpenSeek, right? So you're piggybacking off of OpenAI. You create a LLM piggyback, and you've trained it with data that's specific to your industry. Okay, now you've trained the model. Now you're building knowledge off that model that's adding to the knowledge base of this new LLM. And now you can give it capability like start asking questions. Start asking why. And then when it says why, it's like generating its own prompt. And it's building knowledge off of its previous trained data set. And as it's building knowledge, it's going into its training, its memory bank, and it's reinforcing its knowledge. So once the AI is able to ask why, what, who, where, when, it's building its own knowledge. And so it's now a software thing. It's the pursuit of knowledge by the AI prompt, building its own knowledge. And so all these fancy people think hardware. No, the same issue that happened with high frequency trading back in 2008, 2009, 2010. There were many people, these quants, they were building their own cards. And guess what? They spent money on the cards. It was a waste of time. You could be doing it all in software.
Reciprocal to the inflation we got to the peak in 2022.
Okay, so just go to gold for a second, and this is a
Yeah.
super basic question, but why is gold down today, when in theory this should be like the gold day, because the stocks are off, tech is off, lots of uncertainty, go ahead and buy it.
So you can't see this on radio, but I used to have hair. I used to be a futures trader. You sell what you sell. Well, you can't sell what you want. You have to sell what you can. And so you're hitting the bid in gold. You're hitting bid and moves everything today. But gold, in the big picture, is if we see more deflation and lower interest rates and less competition from that stalwart U.S. stock market, gold to me is the top asset to do well with Treasury bonds. The thing is, I go back almost 30 years with the Bloomberg Treasury bond index, and gold's the most expensive ever. So it looks like bonds are the thing to think about if we have deflation. And bottom line is, never, we have the deepest pockets on planet buying gold, and that starts with China's central bank.
All right, Tom from the Upper East Side writes in and asks, what's your call on Bitcoin here?
Down. I think the biggest risk is the big thing about Bitcoin. It's a speculative digital asset. It's pinned at 100 grand right now, but it has 10 million wannabe competition. CoinMarketCap used to listen a couple thousand cryptos. Now there's 10 million of them. There's so much supply, so much speculative excesses. And yes, I was the one who was really a notable bullish before, but I've been known as a notable bear in crude oil because I think it got too high. The same thing in Bitcoin. The speculative excesses in Bitcoin and cryptos are just extreme. And here's a key test. If it can go up or stay stable, if the stock market going down, well, that would be a good sign. But otherwise, I think Bitcoin is just a highly leveraged measure of beta at the moment.
Of course, Tom from the Upper East Side is Tom Keene, just so we're all aware. All right, Mike McClellan, Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Commodity Strategist joining us. A couple things talking about positioning. Charlie McGilligot over at Nomura has great notes out. He looks at all the flows. He's looking at three things. Options, see calls go out of the money, and you got to adjust your hedges. That's going to move flow. Also, leveraged ETFs, going to have to sell huge to rebalance those products. And then also you look at, say, short-term reallocation versus long-term allocation. Are we seeing any of that there? And I would throw in higher vol means the volatility funds are going to have to rebalance too. So I just wonder, like, if a lot of this is just the flows and the pressure in certain names. All right, coming up, you're going to go to an asset class that is performing well here, and that is the treasury market. You got 10-year yields down by about 8 basis points. They were down more earlier. So again, it's sort of that off the lows of the session in the equity market. Ira Jersey, Bloomberg Intelligence Chief U.S. Interest Rate Strategist, will be joining us. Also, there's like a Fed meeting apparently on Wednesday. Oh. Yeah, look into it.
All right, so the S&P 500 is trading at 5,985. VIX is trading at 19.15. Euro USD 1.05. Oil $73 a barrel and 23 cents. Bitcoin ETF BITO is trading at 24.32, so there's a little bit of pressure right now on that. And USD Japanese yen is trading at 154.14. I think there are a lot of people that aren't paying attention to the dynamics of hardware back during the Cray days, supercomputer days, during the Silicon Graphics and the Unix box days. I think a lot of people aren't paying attention to what was going on with high frequency trading back in 2010. And there's similar dynamics. The barriers of entry to getting into AI are a lot lower than people thought. What I don't understand is why the professor at Harvard was saying that language models that Bloomberg was trying to do and other companies weren't as robust as, let's say, OpenAI or Gemini. But that's probably because they were using their data set and they weren't piggybacking off of a previous frontier model. Let me plug some products so you can help support my work and help support your health. I have these great probiotics. I have two types. I just had lunch, so you just saw me eat because this is a professional outfit. So the powdered version of the probiotic is what I normally take. I mix it with a soft food like hummus. I take it every day. There's a small scooper here, and you just take it. It's really easy. You just mix it with your food. You can mix it with filtered water or, other foods, a smoothie. It's up to you, but I prefer to mix it with hummus. And you can take the veggie cap version. It's up to you. I prefer the powder, but other people prefer to take just the capsule. So both are very high quality. And taking a good probiotic is going to reduce inflammation in your gut, allow you to have better metabolism. It's going to improve your immune system, right, in your gut. Okay? Lowering the inflammation, the mucosal lining will be improved. You're going to have better metabolism and better communication between your gut and your liver. Your liver is a major detoxification organ, really important. And a good gut biome is going to improve your mood. Depression is associated with poor gut health. You're going to also have more mental clarity. And with a good gut biome, your skin, your hair, your nails, and other functions of your body will improve. A lot of people underappreciate the importance of your gut. Your gut is a major organ that is directly tied to your health. So you need to take care of it. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the Veggie Cap probiotic that I have or the powdered version. I take the powdered version, I mix it with my food during lunch. It's a great way to do it. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Some other things that are really important to be taking on a regular basis to boost up your immune system is vitamin C and magnesium. All right. This will help with your skin. Drink it with filtered water, but taking vitamin C every day is going to help with your skin. It's also going to help with your immune system. If you're not feeling so good during the cold season, take a double dose. Make sure you drink it with filtered water. Taking magnesium and zinc also is very important for your immune system. Should be taking it every day. And again, if you're not feeling well during the cold season, take a double dose, drink it with filtered water. With the magnesium and zinc, take maybe one in the morning. Normally I take it in the morning, so just take it once a day. But if you're not feeling well because of the cold season, take a double dose. Take one in the morning, take another one in the evening. Drink it with filtered water, really important. Just to remind the audience that I have X spaces opened. So if you'd like to do a call in, tell me your opinion on DeepSeek, that would be great. You know, this is supposed to be interactive, so please don't be shy, do a call in. I take Max 35 every day. I take a teaspoon of it, I swish it in my mouth, gargle and swallow, help to boost up my immune system. It's part of my protocol. It's the first pillar of the protocol. I have four pillars. I'll be talking about that. I have the Max 35 for the first pillar. The second pillar is turmeric, ashwagandha, and lignans. The third pillar is C60, strong antioxidant. And the fourth pillar is to boost up your energy levels and your metabolism with Boomer Boost powder. So Max 35, I take every day. If you're not feeling well during the cold season, take a tablespoon or two a day. Just swish it in your mouth, gargle, 30 seconds or so, and then swallow. It's really easy. All right, let's go back to Bloomberg.
Also, it's going to be on an earnings announcement this week from the likes of Microsoft and Apple, the first of the Mag 7 cohort of stocks. Profit growth overall for the Mag 7 is expected to come in at the slowest pace in almost 2 years. Right now, the S&P 500 went 17 points lower, down 1.9%. The Dow is down only 0.1% right now, and of course, the tech-heavy Nasdaq 100, 3.2% lower. That is down 694 points. And we check the markets for you all day long right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker, and that's your Bloomberg Business Flash. Alex and Paul.
All right, John Tucker, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Alex Steele, Paul Sweeney, we're live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio. We are streaming live on YouTube. So head over to youtube.com, search Bloomberg Podcast Live, subscribe, and do all that kind of good stuff. Get into the chat and everything. Alex just mentioned something I totally forgot. We've got a Fed meeting on Wednesday with all this DeepSeek discussion today. We kind of forgot about this. We got a Fed meeting coming up this Wednesday, and the question is, will they cut? Will they signal about cuts, or will they stay on the sidelines? Ira Jersey joins us, Chief U.S. Interest Rate Strategist for Bloomberg Intelligence. Ira, what do you expect from your Federal Reserve this week?
Yeah, well, the Federal Reserve's not going to do anything on Wednesday. The question is, to your point, Paul, is what do they signal is going to come next, right? So, on a day like this where you have, a lot of equity market jitters, you have some information coming from the housing sector that was pretty decent, it seems like there's a lot of still mixed signals for the path of the economy. So I think Jay Powell will wind up not talking a whole heck of a lot about rates, because with the new president in town, he's going to be asked, like, how are you going to keep on replying to a president who wants interest rates to be lower? And Jay Powell's going to have to respond to those kinds of questions, I think, on Wednesday.
What is he going to say? He's going to say, we're going to look at the data, and we're data dependent, right? But how many times can you say it in how many different ways?
Yeah, well, that's I think a huge part of what he's going to have to say. Obviously, the opening remarks continue to be a little bit more hawkish. So, Alex, on TV last Friday, you showed our Fed sentiment index about the opening remarks that Jay Powell's been making over the last couple of meetings, and he's gotten less and less dovish and more hawkish during those press conferences. And I suspect that it'll probably level out a little bit here in terms of how hawkish or dovish he sounds. But he's going to have to basically say, like, look, we're going to cut if we need to, but we're not in any rush, right? And I think that that's the important verbiage that he's likely to come out with. Importantly too, even before then, and Alex, this is one of your favorite subjects, we have auctions this week. We had an auction at 11:30 this morning of the 2-year. We have the 5-year at 1 o'clock and the 7-year tomorrow, all while the Treasury market's rallying on a risk-off move thanks to what's going on in the stock market. So, so we have a lot that we're looking at right now on the rate side of things.
Ira, what do you think how do you think the Fed is weighing the price stability mandate versus the labor mandate? What do you think is taking precedence these days?
Well, it has to be the inflation mandate right now, and I think that they switched to that basically about 6 months ago, where they went from, we're worried about the job market, the job market's really bad, but as soon as you saw that September job print, their thinking changed pretty aggressively, where they're not really worried about the job market right now. And in fact, I think that they're saying, okay, look, wages continue to rise at a reasonable pace. The job creation is still above what's needed for replacing retiring workers for the moment, right? That could obviously change in the future. But right now, the labor market looks fine. So now they're worried about, okay, what's going on with inflation? We've seen inflation uptick this a little bit in some of the measures. So I think that will continue to be a focus of theirs. And if they're worried that inflation will continue to tick higher, that's just more reason for them to sit on their hands until it's pretty clear which direction inflation is going.
Going back, though, to the immediate statement and presser and the data dependent situation, what we learned from the minutes is that there were officials that specifically brought up the tariff risk in President Trump's economic plans in the meeting as a reason for why they were thinking about either to hold or to hike or to cut or whatever, not to hike, but you know what I mean. So how can he avoid saying that they're data dependent when they're not, when there are officials there in the meeting, it's documented, that have been talking about this?
Well, remember, he's talking for the entirety of the committee. So even though there might be a few, right, a few is 2 or 3 members that are worried about the price impact that tariffs might have on the goods sector and inflation overall, he talks for the broad majority of the committee when he's making his comments. And if most of the members think that they're going to continue to be data dependent and worry about what's going on with both the income and inflation data. But remember, when they say they're data dependent, that also does include the outlook for inflation, right? It's not only the incoming data, it's how the incoming data is shaping up, plus how the outlook changes based on that incoming data and other factors, right? Like, everyone's been asking me, like, what do you think about, how are these tax cuts going to work? How is the spending cuts going to work that Trump's going to do? We don't have any specific proposals yet to be able to analyze what that does to budget deficits, what that does to growth. But we don't have any of those details that you need to make real things. We can guess, but they'd be guesses and not forecasts, right? And there's a big difference between a guess and a forecast.
And Ira, how does Jay Powell deal with the political pressure? Has he ever said anything about that, or are people observed anything? Because boy, that could be a hot seat these days.
Yeah, well, it is and it has been. And in fact, if you go back and remember to the press conference right after the election, where he was asked specifically, could the president fire him? He said no. Were you intending on leaving before your term ends? And he said no. And he literally gave one-word answers to both of those questions. And so yeah, I think that Jay Powell is, would like to finish out his term. It's going to be, he's going to get questions that are probably going to be annoying him. And I think the question will be is how calm can he stay under answering questions that he really doesn't want to answer. I think he would like to stay in his lane and say, look, we want to discuss monetary policy, we want to discuss the economy, and we want to discuss what's going on with inflation and the job market. And those are and anything outside of that, I think he'd prefer not to speak about.
And then, in all fairness, like, he has played this before. Like, this is not his first rodeo with President Trump, and President Trump not liking him. So there is that part of it. So let's go to the range for yield. So you brought up the auctions. You get the 2-year bid to cover, so sign of demand coming in a little bit weaker than the last auction. We get the 5-year in just about an hour and a half. What's the range that we're seeing now in the 2-year and the 10-year?
Yeah, so we extended the upside in yield ranges recently, particularly in the 10-year sector, 7-year sector as well. We get 7-year auction tomorrow. A little bit higher than where we thought what we would see this year, but it's not a big surprise that we're coming back. So very important technical levels. 10-year is around 4.5%, 4.49 if you want to get super technical. But above that level, below that level, we actually can see that the market potentially gap significantly lower. But I do think that we're going to be in for the 10-year, low 4s to mid 4% range, probably for the foreseeable future until we get some clarity on what the direction of both Fed policy and the economy are. If the economy falls out of bed, we could be back toward the recent yield lows in a hurry. But that will take some big risk off moves, I think, in stocks and maybe in the corporate bond market.
20 seconds, Ira. What soccer match do I watch this week? I've got no NFL football.
I hate to say that I have not looked at any of the matches for this upcoming week. I was disappointed that my Aston Villa got a draw yesterday after being up for most of the match against West Ham. So that was a little bit disappointing.
There you go. Ira Jersey, Chief U.S. Interest Rate Strategist, soccer aficionado, of Bloomberg Intelligence, the co-owner of Reykjavik, Central New Jersey. It's a thing. There's minor league soccer.
Okay.
There's a thing. He's all into it. So
Sure.
He does it junior soccer, the kids soccer, he does it all. And he also does interest rate thing on the side. This is Bloomberg.
I like to talk about the stack for helping your cardiovascular system, but also your bones to help to build bone density. Taking D3 is very important to absorb calcium. It's a gene expression cofactor, and it helps to get rid of cells that need to go into senescence. Really important, especially if they're infected. All right. D3 also coupled with vitamin K2, MK7, which you can get on my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Take these together, and what's going to happen is you can help reduce the chances of further calcium buildup in your plaque area. A lot of people don't realize that plaque is a combination of oxidized LDL and calcium. Calcium in the periphery of the plaque has a tendency to deposit in the media of the blood vessel. So you want to reduce that depositing. So taking D3 and K2, MK7 will help that. I have a cardiovascular health box. It's called Longevity, a Longevity cardiovascular box, I think it's called. And it has all the supplements that you need to follow a protocol to reduce the chances of building up further plaque and over time reducing plaque. All right, so take a look at that Longevity box. But D3 and vitamin K2, MK7 will also help to absorb the calcium you need, and then with resistance training will be able to remodel your bones over time to increase the bone density. Now, it's important to know that it takes about 5 to 7 years for a full recycling of the matrix of the bones. So you get major bone density increases from, let's say if you start today, right, and you want to increase bone density, it would take 5 to 7 years of resistance training, calcium intake, taking vitamin D3 and K2 to radically improve the density. You're going to see some density improvement before the 5 years, but you get a full refresh, shedding and redepositing of bone matrix over a 5 to 7 year period. All right, so you get huge gains if you do this on a regular basis to improve your bone density. So take calcium, either drink milk or take a supplement. I drink milk for my major intake of calcium. Take D3 to absorb that calcium, and also K2 to be able to help build up that matrix. But you need to do the resistance training too. That's really important. But this combo also will help with cardiovascular health, especially if you get the longevity cardiovascular health box that I have. That has all the supplements you need. Another stack with K2, MK7, or you can take it separately, is nattokinase. Nattokinase is fibrinolytic, it'll break up clots, but nattokinase also helps to improve your cholesterol levels. It'll bring down LDL and increase your HDL levels. Really important. And so if you stack this together, now what you're doing is you're reducing your LDL levels, because LDL oxidized is what builds up the plaque. So you're reducing the LDL levels, reducing clotting, and the D3 and the K2 is preventing the calcium from depositing in the plaque structure within the media of the blood vessel. If you take C60 and strong antioxidants, you're going to be soaking up those free radicals so your LDL doesn't get oxidized, really important. And taking turmeric and ashwagandha will help to reduce that inflammation, to reduce the chances of building up further plaque. And by calming down that inflammation over time, what's going to happen is that your plaque and the blockage will start to recede. Taking omega-3 and lignans also helps with the process. Lignans brings down the inflammation, soaks up those free radicals. That's really important. Very similar to the turmeric and the ashwagandha to supercharge it. And then the omega-3 will help to bring down the LDL levels and increase your HDL levels. And that will also help to prevent further plaque development and over time, slowly bring down the plaque that's already been formed. So, but you got to be vigilant. You got to take care of your health, right? It's in your power. In your power, knowledge is power, right? Well, you have the knowledge now, and now it's all about will. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the nattokinase and get the D3 vitamin K2. These are great stacks. These 3 here, great stacks. You're helping with your cardiovascular health and you're helping with your bones. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. And I want to go back to Bloomberg here.
President Trump is going to go aggressive on tariffs. We know that as a negotiating tactic. But if there is sort of avoiding chip sanctions and then also advancing technology, it feels like we're definitely going to be getting something stronger from the incoming administration. What would really put the restriction on this industry in China? What would we need to see?
Well, I guess, as I was just saying, one point to expand on is there is a view that the chips that these Chinese companies are currently using are a generation or two behind the latest advanced chips that the US have been putting export controls on going to China, and that it will take time for those export controls and those restrictions to really start to bite. So there is a view that wait and see. It's too soon to write off what the US has been trying to do. But nonetheless, though, more broadly to your point, it will certainly spark debate about, does the US need to go harder? What should it target? How can it target it? What can it do without impeding its own economy? There's a widely held view that the US policy for the past few years has actually accelerated China's own technological innovation on the indigenous front. That it's made them focus on making sure that they are self-reliant rather than reliant on the US. So there are many ways you can split this, but on the surface, as we see here today, it looks like Chinese companies continue to do well despite all US efforts. To your point, that probably will not go unnoticed by the hopes in the Trump administration.
Well, I think a lot of investors, particularly investors in Alibaba and Tencent from several years ago, they feel like the biggest risk to Chinese technological growth is the Chinese government itself, given some of the policies that and restrictions they imposed upon that first wave or initial wave of great technology companies, again, Alibaba, Tencent. What is the government's view towards technology and supporting it?
Yeah, completely right. That crackdown of technologies is one of the reasons why people say the wind has really been taken out of China's economy sales. The broad approach is that the central government, the Communist Party, wants to be in control and doesn't want anything operating outside beyond the extent of its reach. And that's why the tech sector was reined in. There's probably a view now that they perhaps had some overreach in that respect, and then that's why they're trying to soft sound or soft signal there in terms of what they want to encourage tech development in the economy, put it that way. But nonetheless, leaving the consumer tech story aside, there's no doubt when it comes to high-end value-added chips and semiconductors and technology in the national security space, the government and the Communist Party are all in and they're pushing for full development of that sector.
And we really appreciate it. Thank you so very much, Enda Curran, Bloomberg Global Economy reporter, joining us on the political and economic angle of China and these chip stocks. Man, this market looks ugly. NASDAQ is up by 3.2%, S&P up 1.8%, Dow Jones flat. But talk about that. The Dow Jones is flat. You're also seeing the Russell 2000 not getting hammered. You get it. That's not what we're looking at. You're not getting hammered. You're doing well.
Right.
And mid-caps too.
It's a tech trade here today, tech-driven marketplace. Here we see that with the NASDAQ off 3.2%. Again, in the futures market, it was down 5.2%, so a little bit better, but we have weakened up here just a little bit the last half hour or so.
Yeah, you're looking at the Russell off by 0.8, the mid-caps off by 1, but compared to the NASDAQ, it looks like a bargain. All right, that wraps it up for today on this Monday. Good luck trading, guys. Coming up, Balance of Power with Joe Matthew is next, right after this Global News Update.
All right. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the collagen that I have here. This helps with your muscles, your bones, your joints, your skin, your hair, your nails. It has a very impressive amino acid profile that you can take a look at on the label on my website. You can also get this in my anti-aging skincare box, beginners and advanced. In the skincare, you get the collagen, the structural nanosilver gel, and vitamin C. It's important to take collagen and vitamin C together and drink about 64 ounces of filtered water throughout the day, because the filtered water, the vitamin C, and the collagen cross-link to improve the dermal layer for your skin. If you're taking the collagen to help with joint and bone health and muscle health, do the resistance training, right? Do the exercising, the cardiovascular fitness training, really important to improve your overall health. And over time, you're going to see an improvement on your joint health, your bone and your muscle health. Now, in the skincare advanced box, you get the collagen, the vitamin C, and the structural nanosilver gel. But not just that, you also get C60 and resveratrol. C60 and resveratrol are really important. The C60 soaks up the free radicals that are in the basal layer for your skin. So it's soaking up free radicals and keeping your basal layer where you regenerate the skin. That's where your adult stem cells are healthy, right? And the resveratrol helps to get rid of cells that need to go into senescence. All right. And it's an antioxidant. It helps to boost up ATP. You're going to need that for healthy skin. So that's a great combo for the skincare advanced box that you get the collagen in also. Now, the way I design the anti-aging boxes and the longevity boxes is that they're discounted. You can also use discount 5 on top of that to get a further discount. So I build a discount compared to buying the products individually. I build in a discount automatically within the longevity box and the anti-aging boxes on my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. You can buy the products individually, it's up to you, but you can use discount 5 on any order, even if you purchase an anti-aging box or a longevity box. So if you'd like to get lots of different products and you want them at a discount, use the discount 5 and get the anti-aging boxes and the longevity boxes. It's a great way to get healthy. I try to make it simple for you to get healthy. But for ones that just use the collagen to help with joint health and skin and all this, this is a great product. Take it every day. There's a big scooper here. This is about a month's supply. You mix it with soft foods. Some people mix it with milk. Some people mix it with a smoothie or just with filtered water. Take it every day and improve your health. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Make sure you use discount 5. It's all caps and the number 5. All right. They're doing a memorial over at Auschwitz. This is commemorating the 80 years since the liberation of Auschwitz. So let me just go in there and just play that a little bit.
This is Balance of Power. Live from Washington, D.C.
And it's only Monday. Welcome to the fastest show in politics as we start the week with the fire hose, Donald Trump's Friday night massacre, the loyalty screenings, a near trade war with Colombia on a Sunday afternoon, the House Republican retreat in Miami, and I haven't even mentioned DeepSeek yet. We are joined this hour by Laura Davison, Bloomberg Politics editor, Gregory Allen from the Wadhwani AI Center at CSIS, and by our signature panel, G.D. Shanzano and Rick Davis are with us for the duration, with a lot to unpack from the weekend and help to understand.
Just to remind the ones that are watching on Rumble and YouTube, I have been streaming the large screen to Rumble and the telemetry dashboard of the market on YouTube. So you can watch them on Rumble or YouTube. It's up to you. You can watch also on my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com, underneath Broadcast Live. You can watch it there. You can also do a call-in. So if you're watching and you want to talk on the show, it's all live. You can go to my X Spaces. That's on my larger X channel. You can get there by just clicking the links that are in the description and join the call-in, and you can listen, or you can just raise your hand, request the mic. I will give it to you, and you can ask a question or give me your take on AI or what's going on in politics, or whatever's bothering you, or if you just need to scream at the world, it's up to you. All right. So please, this is supposed to be interactive. If you have any questions and you want to just type something in the chat, that's fine too. If I see it, I will try to answer your questions. This is supposed to be interactive. Make sure that you ask questions and don't be shy. You can join the X Spaces and do a call-in.
Aronoff is head of market strategy at JP Morgan Investment Management.
If you think about this administration, and again, we don't know what they're going to do, but everything they're saying around tariffs, around immigration, right? Every policy out there is inflationary at the end of the day.
And I mentioned tech stocks being hit particularly hard. AI darling, NVIDIA, right now down by 15%. So again, recapping, stocks are selling off. S&P down 1.8%, NASDAQ down 3%, the 10-year 4.45%. For on-demand news, 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now, wherever you get your podcasts. Back we go to Washington. Balance of Power continues, the Monday edition. Once again, your host here is Joe Matthew.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thanks for going easy on us here. Charlie's the bearer of some brutal news today. We're going to be following the market reaction to this DeepSeek story and try to dig a little bit deeper into it. We have an important conversation ahead with Gregory Allen, who's the AI expert at CSIS and knows a lot more about this than you and I do combined. Be with us a little bit later on in the hour. For that, we'll also play this to the panel because it's a pretty good day for some golf, certainly if you're in Miami. Happening at the Trump National Doral, Miami, the House Republican Conference, on the ground, kumbaya, and yes, golfing to start things off today. We expect that we will hear from House Speaker Mike Johnson a little bit later on. 3 o'clock, 3:30, he's going to have a news conference at Doral. The official proceedings get rolling, a closed-door event with the boss himself, Donald Trump, of course, at Doral. About an hour's drive, I read, south of Mar-a-Lago. But boy, what a weekend it was as we try to unpack all of this. Donald Trump, fresh off Las Vegas. Did you see him at the craps table? He's in Las Vegas to rally the troops as if he were still in the campaign. And yeah, he did show up at a casino. Talked about the no taxes on tips. That's where this whole thing was born, right? Here's Donald Trump in Vegas.
I'll be working with Congress to get a bill on my desk that cuts taxes for workers, families, small businesses, and very importantly, keeps my promise for a thing called, and I know you didn't hear anything about this, and I'm sure it had no influence on the state, but I'm sure you haven't heard, but we're going to get it for you. No tax on tips. No tax on tips.
They loved it so much. Remember, even Kamala Harris picked that one up. And it is potentially complicating matters for those lawmakers who are tasked with extending the Trump tax cuts. This is just scratching the surface on what we need to cover with Laura Davison. She's with us now off a very busy weekend. Great to see you. Your team must be breathless here. We all said the same thing at the end of last week. This is the new normal again. We're going to do this every week.
There is no slowing down. Just keep the metabolism high and it'll keep flowing.
Well, so the arc of the weekend was incredible. It started with what they're calling the Friday Night Massacre, harkening back to Richard Nixon, Donald Trump firing the inspectors general. This is a long list at the Departments of Defense, State, Transportation, Veterans Affairs, Housing and Urban Development, Interior, Energy, Commerce, and Agriculture, as well as the EPA, the SBA, and the Social Security Administration. That's a pretty broad swath of government. What's the point? Why? What is he doing?
And although this also includes some people that he appointed to these positions when he was in office, but the Inspector General, these are really the people, they're typically not well liked within their agency because they're the auditors that are looking to find holes in efficiency, where programs aren't effective, where there may be gaps in funding and that the money's not being wisely spent. Although this is an interesting move for someone who has had Elon Musk at his right-hand side saying he wants to root out wasteful spending, all these things. It's the IGs who actually go and find all of that. That would be sort of list number one on where you want to go. But this is clear that he wants to have all the people who are doing this kind of work be loyalist, be in lockstep with him. He said this was something that normally happens. I'll just note this is not a normal thing. Generally, these people span administrations and do not come and go.
So this is the so-called deep state. I guess
yeah, of course. And that's the problem. you got these, you have individuals that are in these agencies that, yes, they have a lot of institutional knowledge. That's not the issue. The problem is that they have a tendency to slow walk policies if it doesn't fit their either inculcation within that organization or their particular opinion of politics. And it was self-evident during the first administration for Trump that these people were slow walking at the agencies. So getting rid of the slow walkers was a great idea.
Full service. These are not political folks. Even though they work.
Bullshit, they're not political.
They were sent home on Wednesday. They still have their things in their desks in the White House, but they were basically informed that
they're political. They're political not because of how they elevated to their position, because it's not through some sort of election. It's political because they were slow walking his first administration. Orange man bad, and so they didn't do their job.
The Coast Guard Commandant. This is, or was, Admiral Linda Fagan, the first woman to lead a branch of the U.S. military. Is that a good look for the administration?
Not particularly.
What did you say wrong?
I don't know exactly on the reasons behind this one. But this is kind of what you see, Trump doing. He waited till Friday night to announce a lot of these, and they sort of, so this is, he is clearly looking at, both the federal workforce as well as sort of this upper echelon of management and people. He wants to install his own people or, force people to leave.
Amazing. Accused of an excessive focus on DEI at the Coast Guard Academy. Your point is, you're probably not going to survive the scrub. If you got shown the door for a loyalty test, you're probably not coming back.
That's very, very, very likely. And a lot of times they already have people who they sort of have identified to fill some of these, backfill some of these slots. I'll note that the incoming Trump team is way more organized than they were the last time. There's still, been a lot of that first week, a lot of staffers didn't have emails, so there's a lot of confusion as to exactly what's happening. But there is a plan, and kind of, as more people get appointed, get their Senate confirmation, these are kind of being trickled down throughout the government.
This plays well with Trump supporters, though, right? Drain the swamp. That's what it looks like.
Absolutely. The real question, though, is if you suddenly start cutting programs for things like food stamps or certain farm aid programs or things that affect people
bump into somebody
out in the community, that's when people might sort of realize, oh, I was counting on that subsidy, or I was counting on that payment. And there's a constituency for essentially every program in the federal government. That's why it exists. And when you start cutting things, that's when the rubber meets the road.
As we spent time with Laura Davison here on Balance of Power, we almost had a trade war yesterday. It lasted for a couple hours. Maybe we did have a trade war. Maybe it was the shortest trade war of all time. Colombia. We stepped back from the brink. I saw an email go out around 11 o'clock last night. They got this done in time for business on Monday. What started this to bring Donald Trump to threaten a 25% tariff against Colombia? Because they've been intercepting these flights of migrants from the U.S., and that seemed to be working well until now.
So the Colombian government said that they would not accept this military plane. It was coming with migrants. They were both shackled at their ankles as well as handcuffed on their hands, that they really objected to.
The fact that it was military was
it was sort of a confluence of the military. They also, in some of the statements that came out later, it was clear that they were concerned about sort of dignity, human rights around the treatment of their own citizens coming back. So that was sort of the points of negotiation throughout the day. But this is really going to be instructive on how Trump is thinking about tariffs. He said, look, this country did this thing I didn't like. They refused these flights that I want to go. So I'm going to come out and announce a tariff, effective immediately, 25%, announce additional sanctions and travel restrictions for the country's diplomats. And then Colombia was forced to immediately respond because a 25% tariff on anything coming into the U.S. would have been a really big deal for them. And within a matter of 5, 6, 7 hours, they were able to come to some sort of resolution that both the Colombian government was happy with and Trump was happy with, at least for the time being. We'll see if this crops up. But this is really the question as everyone's looking towards February 1, which of course is the date that Trump has said he wants to impose tariffs on Mexico, Canada, and maybe China. We'll see where that lands. And that's 6 days away. That's Saturday. So it's unclear if the tariffs are actually coming or if that's really more of a starting point for negotiations.
Yes, yeah, that's a nice looking economy you got there. You're ashamed if something happened to it. We haven't even talked about DeepSeek. We have a minute left. This is the story of the day at Bloomberg. The markets are falling out of bed over this. And Donald Trump at some point is going to have to respond, I suspect, unless you're going to tell me he has already. Considering the TikTok divest or ban, is this the next app to be banned by the Trump administration?
It certainly could be. We know from all the statements last week and the executive orders and the big press conference at the White House that he is very focused on AI, and he says he wants to be dominant in AI. And this is the kind of thing that Donald Trump is very scared about, that China is going to come and sort of usurp the U.S.'s lunch. So I expect that we will see some response from him soon if he hasn't, announced something in the past couple minutes.
There are national security implications here potentially, right? If they're scooping up Americans' data, it's kind of like TikTok all over again.
But with even more access to emails, access to location data, it would be a huge,
your phone number. Good Lord. And it's only noontime on a Monday, as I said. Just think of the week that Laura's going to have. We'll go through this together with the help of Laura and her team. Thank you, as always, for being with us here on Balance of Power. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. We're going to go deep on DeepSeek, coming up next with an expert on AI from CSIS.
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get this great structural nanosilver toothpaste. This is the best toothpaste that you're going to be able to get. This is a toothpaste that has no fluoride in it. It has structural nanosilver. They'll whiten your teeth, freshen your breath, help with gum line health, and by neutralizing pathogens, it's going to improve your oral hygiene. By improving your oral hygiene, you're going to reduce the chances of vascular disease and valvular disease. A lot of people don't realize that when you get older, you're increasing the chances of valvular disease and other further vascular problems because your oral hygiene is subpar. And it's sad to see individuals that are older, especially in nursing homes and stuff, that their oral care really starts to decline. Depending on where they are cognitively, it depends on if they can get proper teeth cleaning. So it's really important to maintain your health and all these different systems, different organ systems, your brain and your liver and your kidneys and your gut, your kidney, your bones and your muscle structure. All these systems are really important. Your immune system, your endocrine system, your exocrine system, really important. But oral hygiene is also important. A lot of people don't understand that bad oral hygiene you'll get bacteria in your bloodstream because your gum line bleeds, right? You'll get bacteria in your bloodstream that can cause irritation and vascular disease, but also the plaque, small little microscopic tartar and plaque on your teeth can get into your bloodstream and cause problems, irritation or vascular issues. It can cause irritation on the valve of your heart. These bacteria and plaques can cause irritation on the valve of the heart, and what happens, you might get stenosis. So and calcium buildup and the hardening of the valve of the heart, or you could get some sort of prolapse problem with the leaflets. So valvular disease is a problem, big problem when you get older. All right, oral hygiene is associated with some of the bad oral hygiene is associated with some of these problems. So you don't want those problems. So you should be taking a really high quality toothpaste and use it every day. So go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get a few tubes for your household. This is the best toothpaste that you're going to get. It has structural nanosilver. Again, it whitens your teeth, freshens your breath, helps with the gum line, neutralizes pathogens, reduces the plaque. And when you have good oral hygiene, you're reducing the chances of cardiovascular disease and valvular disease. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. This has 0 fluoride in it. Fluoride makes you stupid, all right? So make sure you filter your water too and get the fluoride out. Please go to my store and get the toothpaste. Structural nanosilver gels, dual purpose product. I have it in two flavors here into two different configurations. One is a easy to use dispenser, and the other is in a tube form. You use them the same way. It's a dual purpose product. It helps to heal your skin. If you have an irritation, a cut, a minor burn, it'll heal it quicker. You can use it to help with skin health, right? Use it as a skin care product. Put it on your skin at night, go to bed, wake up, exfoliate, your skin is healthier. And you can use it during the cold season. So please, get the products, be prepared, make sure you have, some structural nano silver gel in your household or at your work when you need it. Put it on your hands, around your mouth, around your eyes, around your ears, around your nose. You can lightly coat your nostrils, and it stays active for 5.5 hours. Please go to my store and get the structural nano silver gels.
0.3%. Among other Mag 7 tech names, Apple, Meta Platforms, Tesla, they all report this week. Meta, though, trading higher by 0.8%. Apple down 2.9%. Tesla down now by 2.7%. But in response to DeepSeek, we do have NVIDIA shares plunging now by just about 16.5%. Earnings news, we heard from AT&T this morning, up 6.2%. Verizon reported last week up 2.5%. T-Mobile reports this week up by 1.9%. For on-demand news, 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now, wherever you get your podcasts. Balance of Power continues right now. Back to go to Washington once again. Your host, here he is, Joe Matthew.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. Charlie's going easy on us today. This is a tough market, but we need to get the facts here. We'll get back with Charlie in a bit to see how this is evolving, hopefully not regressing. A more than 660-point loss here on the NASDAQ. The VIX is up 25%. It's kind of all you need to know.
Bitcoin is trading at $99,129.
Who already downloaded it? Maybe you're part of this whole story. Enter Jevons Paradox. Maybe you saw the tweet from Satya Nadella, the CEO of Microsoft. Jevons Paradox strikes again. He writes, as AI gets more efficient and accessible, we will see its use skyrocket. He's defining it here, turning it into a commodity we just can't get enough of. Interesting and a great place to start our conversation with Gregory Allen. You've met Gregory before on this program. He's one of the foremost experts on AI in the nation's capital, and in fact, director of the Wadhwani AI Center at CSIS, the Center for Strategic and International Studies, former director of strategy and policy at the Department of Defense Joint Artificial Intelligence Center. This is the guy you need to hear from today. It's great to have you back. I can only imagine your thoughts when you see an AI story explode like this in the mainstream media. I've got a lot of specific answers, questions for you that hopefully you will have answers to. But in terms of Jevons Paradox, why does it matter here?
So I think the stock market is looking at DeepSeek and they're saying, oh my gosh, here is a company who has found a way to make pretty high quality AI much more widely available for much cheaper. So therefore, the price performance of a company like OpenAI, how are they going to justify that cost when suddenly it's so cheap to make? And the Jevons Paradox has a really important answer to everybody who's out there shorting NVIDIA or shorting Microsoft right now. It basically says that as something becomes cheaper, people want more of it. So Jevons, the observation actually dates back to the Industrial Revolution, where he pointed out that steam engines are getting more and more energy efficient, but we keep using more and more coal. Because as we get more energy efficient, then you can economically justify using coal in an
Very true. But if the barriers of entry are lower, then you don't need OpenAI. It's going to be just a species of AI.
Trillion-fold since the 1950s when we first invented computers. But are we using more computers or are we using less computers? Are companies making more money selling computers or less money selling computers? The basic point here is that Microsoft is, thank goodness AI is so cheap, because now the universe of people who are going to want to buy it from me just grew a lot.
What does this mean for the energy companies, by the way? It's not just the NVIDIAs that are down.
They'll go
It's
down.
the Constellations and the others that we've been talking so much about. Clean, renewable. Is it going to be nuclear?
You'll need less energy because of the server chips. won't be drawn so much tomorrow.
Decline in price as well.
No, it's the exact same phenomenon, just applied to the energy. If you go back 10 years, how much was data centers as a share of the US electrical grid demand?
Yeah.
It was hardly anything. But at the exact same time that computer chips got more powerful, that algorithms got more efficient, suddenly data centers are actually a pretty reasonable chunk of the US grid. And now it's looking like they're going to consume a lot more. Well, increasing efficiency has already been a part of that story. An NVIDIA chip today is literally 10,000 times more efficient than an NVIDIA chip a decade or two ago. And at the same time that they're getting more efficient, at the same time that you're using less energy per unit of computation, you're making the economic and the business case that much more attractive for every additional use case for that competition.
I have to admit, this all sounds pretty positive in the grand scheme. So let's get to this case specifically and why Wall Street is so freaked out. DeepSeek, we're told this happened with $6 million in funding. Is that possible? Is that true?
So it's which part of the story you want to say.
Okay.
This specific model training run, right? When you're training an AI model, how much computation did you use on that one run? Yes, that was $6 million worth of computation. But there's all the other model training runs that didn't work, right? When DeepSeek says that's what it costs, that they didn't say their entire computing costs for all of their research and development, for all the work that went into creating this model was $6 million. They said this one individual training run was $6 million. Another thing to note here is part of the reason why everybody's so excited is this is a model that has reasoning capabilities. This is the advance that OpenAI came out with in the O1 series of models in September of last year. Well, it turns out what DeepSeek has proved is that upgrading a pretty decent base model, think like GPT-4, to a reasoning model, that is actually not as computationally intensive as had been understood widely in the press. But inside the big AI companies, OpenAI, Anthropic, they already knew all of this. They were already benefiting from all of this. Recall that Sam Altman said that O3, the most advanced category model, the one that was blowing away benchmarks in December of 2024, he said the price of giving away that model usage, free, right? So costs are coming down for everyone, not just for DeepSeek. What DeepSeek is doing is replicating a series of research that American AI companies had already been benefiting from. They just weren't sharing it loudly and publicly.
Okay. Did this company?
But DeepSeek is making it open sourced. That's the difference.
Company, according to DeepSeek, they use NVIDIA chips, but they specifically used NVIDIA H800 chips. So folks who watch the export controls debate in Washington, export control policy in Washington closely, such as myself, you may remember that in October 2022, that's when the Biden administration launched this AI chip restrictions export controls strategy. But they got the performance thresholds wrong. They thought that they were saying, oh, you have to buy 2 generations old of NVIDIA chips. But what NVIDIA found out is actually if we make this one tweak to our existing best-in-class chips, they're actually legal to sell. So there was whereas the Biden administration was under the impression that they were putting China under like a 50 or 60% performance penalty, actually they were only imposing like a 10% performance penalty. And there was an entire year between October 2022 and October 2023 when it was illegal to sell unlimited numbers of these H800 chips.
So this is the whole story.
This is the story. They have been, export controls have a lagging effect, right? It's not like you stop selling it and everything that's already in China magically blows up, right? They still have what they already bought. And in this case, we are dealing with the failure of the design of the export control architecture of October 2022. Later this year, we're going to start living through the success story of the October 23 architecture, the December 2024 architecture, and it came out of the mouth of DeepSeek's CEO. He said, the #1 challenge my company faces is US export controls, right? When Biden and Xi Jinping meet to discuss foreign policy issues, time and again, I've heard this from Biden administration officials, time and again, Xi Jinping changes the topic back to these export controls and why he needs them to go away immediately. He's not asking to get rid of them because they aren't working. He's asking to get rid of them because they are working, because they are imposing significant costs. Now, I don't want to suggest that there's no legitimate technical innovation underpinning this new DeepSeek model release. There's some legitimately impressive stuff in here. Folks who work at American AI labs are reading these papers. They are seeing innovations they can use. But think about what advantages America can secure that are durable and hard to replicate.
and what advantages China can secure that are durable and hard to replicate. All of the algorithmic innovation, all of the architectural innovation that is represented in this DeepSeek model, 100% of it is available to American AI companies. They get to copy any new innovation. By contrast, all the computational advantages that American companies have, Chinese companies can't copy that because they can't make the chips.
Fascinating. So I'm listening to you, and I'm amazed by everything you're telling me, and I'm wondering why all these stocks are down today.
Well,
you're making the case to buy it.
Well, I would say in the long term, the stock market is based on truth.
Sure.
But in the short term, sometimes it's based on vibes.
So
and the vibes have been pretty good.
Today is what's going on.
That would be my strong impression.
I mean, this isn't Blackwell we're talking about. It's not Rubin we're talking about.
Right, we're talking about DeepSeek, and it's legitimately important, right? This is an update in what people think is possible, but it's an update that folks who've been living in the AI industry are familiar with, right? Right now, we're living in the world of GPT-4 as the base model, O1 as the sort of reasoning model updates. But I remember when GPT-2 came out, and it was trained on a supercomputer, and now it runs on my laptop. And I remember when GPT-3 came out, and it was trained on a supercomputer, and now it runs on my laptop.
That's
So
the point I'm
here,
making, is
there's
that
no-
once the brain is built and trained, it will run on a lower end device. So this is why I think that these systems are going to be S-curved, and these frontier models that are trained will be S-curved, and it'll all filter down at local level for usage.
Embarrassing at best. And he had the best one in the world. But the point is, we are maybe a year away, maybe a handful of years away from AI models being able to perform so many different tasks in the global economy. And in some cases, being able to do so at better than world expert levels. So we are approaching this threshold when AI will go from useful for some things, fun for some things, to shockingly useful at so many things. And the companies and the countries that cross that threshold first are going to have an extraordinary first mover advantage.
That's not what we're talking about here, though. We're out of time, basically.
Well, we got to talk about one more thing.
It's 45 seconds. Go for it.
DeepSeek is having major outages right now.
Right.
They have attracted a lot of attention. They've got a lot of new user signups.
They're being attacked.
They are not being attacked. They have run out of chips. It is the exact same story as when Gina Raimondo went to China in mid-2024, and they said that Huawei had a new phone, but they couldn't make enough chips for them. Now, they don't have enough chips to run the data centers to serve the users who want to use DeepSeek.
Huawei 2.0 here?
It's a very similar repeat of the story.
Amazing. Aren't you glad we had Gregory back with us today on Balance of Power? Fantastic. CSIS. He's the mind you want to talk to and hear from today on Bloomberg.
I think that was extremely informative about his take on DeepSeek. Some of the things that he said, many of the things that he said, I was saying earlier. The whole idea here is that they're using a model. They're piggybacking off of a model. DeepSeek is piggybacking off of a model that has already been trained on supercomputer level server systems, and able to build and add to it at a much lower cost to have further AI capability. What I didn't know was that these chips that they were using for NVIDIA only needed a minor tweak to really circumvent the whole sanction with the chips in China, in the United States. That I didn't know. Okay, so they're using chips that they kind of tweaked that still had pretty robust computation capability, but not as robust as the latest chips that NVIDIA has. And they were able to build a very good LLM. Okay. Another thing that I think is what he said, that dovetailed really well with what I was saying, is this idea that once you train these models, it's really going to go down to the user level, and that computation or the usage of that AI model is going to need less power. So it's going to be on iPhones, on iPads, on desktops, on laptops, and not needing supercomputers. But to train the core model, to train this LLM at this moment in time is needing these very expensive systems. But the key to what DeepSeek did was they proved that you can use lower end chips and build on top of this core model, and then give it for free as an open source. So all these private gains from corporations in the United States, well, if individuals can take the open source and build their own LLMs, then the market value of some of these companies like OpenAI should go down. Now, there are many different frontier models. OpenAI is, the ChatGPT frontier model is not the only one. You got Gemini and you got X1 and all this stuff. So these companies, now the barrier of entry is going down, and you're going to have more of these species. So there's going to be more usage of AI, but the value of these individual companies have to be questioned. Like OpenAI, is it really, the value of OpenAI really, is that really a true value? Maybe it needs to be adjusted. And then with Stargate, do they really need to invest $100 billion in a server? Maybe it's only, or not, 500 billion it was called. It was, they said 500 billion. Instead of 500 billion, maybe it's only 250 billion. Maybe it's only 100 billion. 500 billion may be too high. But this idea of costs going down, usage going up, is definitely going to take place, because I've seen that throughout my whole career. I definitely saw that with engineering. It was high-end computation, and then it became cheaper and cheaper and cheaper, and now the barriers of entry to designing a car, the amount of engineers that you need and the computational power that you need to design a car is much less compared to years ago. Years ago it was thousands of engineers to develop a vehicle. Now, at Nissan, we use about 400. So definitely the barriers of entry are going down. The cost to do these types of operations going down. And what's going to be even interesting is that when you start looking at the chip structures of like these desktops and even laptops, especially with Apple, it's like 24 core or 16 core or whatever core, right? They're building up the number of cores to be able to have higher computational power. And then people are experimenting with these like Mac Minis and Mac Studios, and they're building an array where they're just stacking them, and it's creating they buy 8 or 16 of them, and they connect them, and they run a special software. I don't remember the name of the software. It's like Evil something or something. I forgot the name of it. But the special software with this 8 or 16 stack of Mac Minis or Mac Studios. It's like a little mini supercomputer in your house. All right, that's what people are doing today. Just imagine what people will be doing in 5 years. It's going to be pretty radical. I remember when the I think it was the G5 chip came out, the Mac G5. This is the Mac Pro. And there were computational laboratories that were buying these towers, and they were buying like 100 of them and stacking them together, and for computation. And I remember in MATLAB that you could take a problem and have a part of the problem be calculated on one core and another part of the problem calculated on a different core. So, all right, you had back then, this is like 2004, 2003, right? And you had to have all these towers stacked, build an array, all right, and take lots of space. But now, these chips, with it being smaller and they have these cores, instead of it having, for example, maybe this is not 100% true, but you get the point. Back in the day, you had individual cores, maybe one core system that you had an array. So you had to buy 30 cores, 30 computers, and stack them, right? Well, now with a 30-core laptop, it's already just in a laptop, all condensed. So the power of 30 computers back many years ago is now in a laptop. Well, you're going to have something very similar happen with these 30-core or 24-core systems. You're going to have, people are going to stack the 24 cores or 30-core system and buy 10 of them. Well, now they have a 300-core system. But back 20 years ago, they would have to buy 300 computers instead of 30 or 100, They would have to buy 300 versus 100. But the point here is that the number of cores are increasing in these computers. So the computational power. So you'll be able to stack. See, I personally think that the language models, these frontier models, are going to S-curve. And once they S-curve, and then the technology for the chips get cheaper and cheaper and cheaper, and computation is more at the local level, the need for the servers goes down. The usage increases at the local level, and any further enhancement is at the local level because people will be able to build their own mini supercomputers at their company or at their research facility. When you have a computer, let's just go into the future here, computers at 200 core chips. So you buy a laptop and it's a 200 core. So if you buy 10 of them, you have a 2,000 core, an array. Back 20 years ago, you would have to buy 2,000 computers. Now do you see where this is going? You're literally going to have a mini supercomputer in your house. We sort of have that now if you compare supercomputers in the 70s to now. Our computational power is far greater. But supercomputers in the 90s, I would say that the supercomputers in the 90s were still more powerful than the average desktop for personal computer. But the point here is that these computers are going to have more and more power and be able to do the further layering on the core model for AI to be able to teach it. So this is where I feel as though not too distant into the future, in a few years, a lot of companies will be able to augment the LLM, that the base LLM, they'll be able to augment it and tweak it for their particular needs, their particular discipline, or their particular research, and it's all going to be local, and it's not going to be using these big servers, because the big servers already created the core model, frontier model. Now, how many iterations of the core frontier model do we need to get to that near that S curve level? I don't know. Maybe it's 4 generations from now. Maybe it's 3. Maybe it's 1. Maybe it's 10. I don't know. But once it gets to that S curve level, and you don't need the supercomputers to calculate, and you can just layer it with local computation and training, you're gonna have a society that uses a lot of AI. Now, what that means, I don't know, because there's this problem with economics with the decoupling of capital and labor. How many people will get laid off? Will there be new goods and services created because of this new industrial revolution? I don't know. I don't think anyone knows, because we've never had this kind of level of computation and this level of innovation take place. Does the laws of economics change? Who knows? In theory, the laws of economics shouldn't change, but it's hard to get your head around it. No one has given me a good answer. When everyone's using AI, does that mean more people are employed or less people employed? If less people are employed, how do you service national debt and personal debt?
But slide and eating their steak and so on, or drinking their bourbon.
Yeah, do we get pictures of the members going down the slide? I wonder if anyone takes the opportunity.
Just a reminder, the ones that are watching on Rumble and YouTube, I have X Spaces open. You can join the X Spaces to do a call in. The ones that are on X Spaces, feel free to request the mic and ask a question or tell me your opinion about what's going on in the news.
The recent short history of his first week in office to get a sense as to what's going to happen down there tonight. He'll have, I'm sure, a prepared speech that he'll give that'll lay out some of the priorities that he's articulated, for instance, in the prepared version of his inaugural speech. But there's a high likelihood, especially because he'll feel like he's in a room with all his supporters, which would be true. He'll go anywhere he wants to. He may reprise the fight this weekend over Colombia. He may talk a little bit more about immigration and about taxes. It's just a free for all for him that you would be reminded of a campaign, right? And so I don't think the campaign has left Donald Trump, even though Donald Trump has technically left the campaign. And I think it'll be highly entertaining. I mean, that one thing will rouse the troops in the House and try and maybe soften up some of the sharp edges between each other, because as we know, these
I'll tell you what Trump did to the president of Colombia was just classic Trump, classic New Yorker. This idea that we have illegals that are coming from Colombia, they're causing crime, we want to deport them, and then the president of Colombia is saying no. And just classic New Yorker with that, you're telling me no, I'm going to tell you no, kind of attitude. That Trump played this like a pro, totally like a pro, put pressure. It's all about money, the economics, the pressure point of many people. The Achilles heel is all about economics and slapping these tariffs. And of course, the way these countries work, there's kickbacks and all this stuff, right? Those companies did not want to be slapped with tariffs, and they put pressure on that president to say back off and take the illegals back. So, Trump played this like a complete pro, total pro. Now the question is, why is it that the liberal community can't get stuff done when literally we have seen in 1 week, Trump has done more than Joe Biden has done his whole presidency?
We deport criminals to other countries all the time under many administrations, and it is seldom that they refuse to take them. But as you increase the number of people that you export to these countries, it's going to be curious to see does one country say no and then stick to it. Obviously, Colombia was not that country. In fact, this moved so quickly.
Literally, we could have these illegals go into a trooper transport by the military. The military has an operation to land on the airport. All right. Obviously, that you would have to have forward deployment. Take over the airport, drop them off, refuel, and then take off again. Why can't we just use our military to take over these bases or take over these airports and just fly these people in one right after another. So you round them up, you queue them, you separate them and put them in different detention centers based on their country. And you just keep unloading them into vehicles, and you literally use the military to drop them off. And once all of those people from those countries in that detention center are deported, then you go to the next country. And you just say it nicely, we're gonna send people, open up your airport, but if you don't, we're taking over the airport. Because what happened with a porous border and with all these illegals causing all this crime was an invasion of the United States of America. And that's when the military needs to get involved.
And these governments all have, options to associate with us or the Chinese. And frankly, the Chinese play a harder game than we do. They don't mind bribing a few folks to get heavy duty infrastructure projects under their name, and rarely do our companies even compete based on that kind of a term. So if we want to maintain hegemony over the Western Hemisphere, North and South, I think it's probably a different strategy would be employed than trade threats.
Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzana will stay with us. In our second hour, we have a lot more to talk about. Honestly, we're just beginning to scratch the surface. We haven't gotten to DeepSeek or confirmations yet. Pete Hegseth walking into the Pentagon today as the new defense secretary. There's going to be a parade of votes and hearings this week that follow. Scott Bessent likely this evening. But Wednesday and Thursday, the dueling hearings are going to be wild when you consider Tulsi Gabbard, RFK Jr., Kash Patel. We'll have a lot more on that coming up with our panel.
I think it's very simple for the President of the United States to deport these individuals, especially the ones that have been, tied to criminal activity. I mean, just being here illegally is criminal, but further criminal activity. I'll tell you, use the military. It's really simple. You get on the phone, you tell the country, we're deporting 14,000 people. Why so many? Why'd you send so many of these people over? They shouldn't have been here. So they're getting deported. So we're going to land them at the airport, and we're going to get approval, right? And if that president of that country decides no, it should be military operation on that country. This should be a military operation, not some, political bullshit game. Our country was invaded, and sadly, the ultra liberals allowed it to happen. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the lignans. Lignans brings down the inflammation. It also is a great antioxidant, soaks up free radicals. It's a powder. You mix it with soft foods like yogurt or hummus. You can mix it with filtered water or other foods, a smoothie, but take it every day to help boost up your immune system, bring down inflammation, soak up those free radicals, and it also improves your endocrine system. So please take the lignans, improve your immune system. It's part of that, one of my pillars, where it's about bringing down inflammation and improving the immune system. The other supplements that you should stack it with is turmeric, which is also a supplement to bring down inflammation and soak up free radicals. And ashwagandha root helps to control cortisol levels and helps to control your blood glucose levels. When you have high cortisol levels, it's immunosuppressant. That means it weakens your immune system. So if you're chronically stressed and you have high cortisol levels, your immune system is down. Not only that, when you have high cortisol levels, you also usually have more sugar in your bloodstream. So to control this, to be able to control your blood glucose levels, to be able to control your cortisol levels, take ashwagandha root. But when you stack it together, what you're doing is you're bringing down inflammation and improving your immune system. When you're bringing down inflammation, you're also improving your vascular health. You're reducing the inflammation at the vascular level and reducing the chances of further plaque formation. Now, when you stack these together, which you should, and you stack it with lignans, which also brings down inflammation and is a strong antioxidant, you've really supercharged your immune system. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Take this stack. This is part of that third pillar, or one of the 4 pillars that I've been talking about. What are the 4 pillars? Thank you for asking. What are the 4 pillars? The first pillar is to neutralize pathogens. The second pillar, take strong antioxidants like C60. Bring down inflammation is the third pillar by taking the turmeric, the ashwagandha, and the lignans. And the fourth pillar, which is something I've added to this protocol, is the powder from the Boomer Boost. It has all the nutrients you need to really boost up your metabolism and increase your energy levels. So when you're increasing your energy levels, when you're bringing down inflammation, when you're soaking up those free radicals, and you're neutralizing pathogens with the structural nanocellulars, then what you are doing is you're supercharging your health. You're slowing down the aging process, you're increasing longevity, and you're boosting up your immune system. If you do this on a regular basis, you're going to start noticing that you're getting healthier, that you're aging slower, and your body is regenerating.
Into a whole new headline today after what was a doozy of a weekend here coming from the Trump White House. Do you have DeepSeek on your phone?
No, but I also have a US phone number. So even if I wanted to, I wouldn't be able to use it right now. Chinese phone numbers only, at least for the time being, due to some breaches that DeepSeek says it has experienced over the last day or so. But obviously, what the market generally is experiencing is not great if you're a technology stock off the back of this. And the White House is taking note. We just heard from David Sachs, who's the AI and crypto czar for this brand new Trump administration. He says DeepSeek R1 shows the AI race will be competitive and that President Trump was right to rescind the Biden executive order, keeping in mind Donald Trump signed his own AI-related executive order last week.
Yeah, that's true. And these are apparently NVIDIA chips. We had a fascinating conversation with Gregory Allen from CSIS in our last hour, talking about what exactly took place here. That didn't necessarily defy export controls. This is older technology, and they managed to spin this in an interesting way here that has a lot of people questioning the sizable investments that we're seeing from the hyperscalers and even the White House itself. Remembering that event with Altman, with Oracle, with SoftBank. Will it always cost this much money, or is this a game changer?
Yeah, keeping in mind, the dollar figure they were announcing then was up to $500 billion.
Yes, indeed.
This is not a cheap endeavor as they try to build out AI infrastructure. So we're going to get into all of this hour. We'll check in with Bloomberg's Michael Shepard in just a moment from San Francisco on the technology and policy intersection here. But first, given the market reaction, we got to check with Charlie Pellet up in New York, who has an eye on things. Hey, Charlie.
Well, hello there. Indeed, looking at deep losses because of DeepSeek. Right now, we have got the Dow higher, but the S&P, NASDAQ very much in the red. I begin with the NASDAQ Composite Index, now looking at a 3.5% drop. Right now, we've got NASDAQ down 700 points. Again, the decline of 3.5%. To put that decline in perspective, we have got the S&P down 119, 59.81, where the S&P stands right now, up by down by 2%, but trading higher. The Dow up 53, up by just about 0.1%. The 10-year at 4.53%, the 2-year at 4.18%. Spot gold down $36 the ounce, down 1.3%, and West Texas Intermediate crude oil down almost $2 the ounce, down $2 the barrel, 72.70 right now on WTI. That is a drop of 2.6%. Bottom line here, Wall Street having a rough start for the week on concern that a cheaper AI model from Chinese startup DeepSeek could make valuations of the technology that has powered the bull market tough to justify. Among tech names today, we do have NVIDIA plunging 16.5%. Meta, however, reports earnings this week up 0.4%. Apple right now up 3.4%. Tesla is down by 2.5%. Again, recapping, the S&P is down 1.9%. NASDAQ is down 3.4%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now, wherever you get your podcasts. And Balance of Power continues right now. Back, we go to Washington. Once again, your hosts, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons.
All right, Charlie Pellet running us through. It was a brutal day for technology stocks, led, of course, by NVIDIA. Thank you so much. Incredible to see NVIDIA more than 300 points of the 700-something points that the NASDAQ 100 is down right now. It's just creating a massive drag, hundreds of billions of dollars in market cap lost. And the question I think a lot of us have is this just the story of a stock who got richly valued, perhaps too much so, and it needed to be pulled back a little bit? Or is this suggesting that there is something of a sea change here with the way in which and the cost with which artificial intelligence and learned language model technology can be deployed?
Yeah.
China can do this. What's going on here in the
Absolutely,
US?
it's the whole space. I mean, it's not just NVIDIA. We mentioned Oracle, as Larry Ellison stood in the White House with Donald Trump to talk about this massive investment in AI, down 14%. The energy plays are really interesting too. Constellation down 20%. Look at Vistra down 28%, over $55. This is clearly heavy stuff when it comes to the markets, and some analysts are crying buying opportunity. There's a lot of different ways to look at this, and that's why we wanted to spend some time with our colleague Mike Shepard, who's made his way out to the West Coast. The perfect day to be in San Francisco for all of this, covering the intersection of technology and policy here in Washington. Mike, this is being framed as a sea change here, that this is going to mean a new look at AI, a much potentially smaller number of dollars needed to invest. Are we getting a little over our skis here? How are you looking at it?
Well, Joe, it certainly is prompting all of those questions, and in a very stark fashion, as we can see by the sell-off on Wall Street. This is a moment that is kind of crossing both markets, policymakers in Washington, and the innovators here in Silicon Valley, who are wondering, did we structure our bets and our planning the wrong way? In other words, is the Manhattan Project style approach of investment in CapEx toward artificial intelligence the right way to go? Can you do it cheaper? Can you do it faster? And I think people need to understand a little bit more about what DeepSeek did, how they did it, what technology they deployed, and also how capable their model really is. It rises high on the artificial intelligence modeling leaderboards that kind of rank different products against one another. But when you actually put it into use, what does that look like too? And the use case scenario has also been something that has been dogging AI stocks for a long time. You know, do they actually have that game-changing, profit-making application that really will justify all that big spending?
Well, so when we consider one of the aspects you were just talking about, Mike, this notion of how exactly did they do this, with what technology, the fact that NVIDIA chips were used here, when there have been in recent years export controls put on the caliber of chips that NVIDIA can actually sell in China to Chinese companies, what does this suggest about the way in which those export controls by this administration may need to be tightened even more so than what the Biden administration implemented?
Well, Kelly, this is a great question. It's one we put to a number of analysts and former U.S. government officials who appeared on our Bloomberg Technology program earlier today. And the consensus is that export control somehow did not work here. It's unclear why. Is it because they were enacted too late, or were these products that were deployed by DeepSeek to help build these models simply not sophisticated enough to warrant being subject to those controls in the first place? In other words, did the owners and engineers at DeepSeek find a way to use, I guess, more legacy technology to produce something that's far more advanced? And again, that will be something that the current administration will have to assess. And and we're hearing early on from David Sachs, who's the new czar for AI and crypto under Donald Trump, and he's signaling that the gloves are off when it comes to innovation. But what does that actually mean? What does that translate to?
Well, you've got the Washington view on this, Mike. If the gloves are off, and we know that DeepSeek is scooping up Gmail accounts and American phone numbers, how is that any different from TikTok? Is Donald Trump's next move to ban it?
Well, Joe, you raised a great question there, and in a lot of ways, the stories really do converge, because there is not only the data security question you raised, and the other question about how they managed to catch up so quickly when U.S. was thought to have such a lead when it comes to AI. But then there is also the third question of how the U.S. responds, and there is where we see the stories diverging perhaps a little bit. We have seen Donald Trump look at TikTok far more favorably than he did during his first term in office. Does this cause a turnabout in his thinking? We haven't heard from him yet. You and I both know that he looks at the stock market as a benchmark of his performance as president. So this cannot be sitting too well with him.
Yeah, it can't be like what he's seeing today, or liking it very much. Bloomberg's Michael Shepard joining us from San Francisco. Thank you so much, and bringing up an excellent point that while we have heard from the AI crypto czar David Sachs, we have yet to hear from the President of the United States. Of course, just a week now into his term, but he is busy today. In fact, he was spending the early portion of today golfing at his Doral Resort.
Yeah, I love that. A little morning golf, a little lunch, I guess, poolside. Did you see there's a 125-foot slide at the pool?
Pretty cool.
Are the members using the slide this weekend? They might have to take the plunge on a couple of things here, Kaylee. This is interesting. As we've talked about one bill or two, what's the agenda going to be? This is apparently the 2-day retreat that's going to decide it all.
Yeah, that's what we're referring to here, the Republican conference retreat in Doral, Florida, where Donald Trump will be speaking behind closed doors this evening to lawmakers, potentially outlining the way in which he'd like them to move forward on his legislative agenda. So for more insight on this now, joining us in our Washington, D.C. studio is Sarah Chamberlain. She's president and CEO of the Republican Main Street Partnership. Welcome back to Balance of Power. Sarah, I do wonder what Main Street members are planning to say in return to Donald Trump about the way in which they would advise his legislative agenda be pursued.
Well, the first thing is they are going down the slide. I'm hoping with this tight margin, nobody gets hurt. Fingers
No
crossed.
pictures coming up.
No pictures. So some of them have played golf for them, but what they're really advising is they need one bill, and they need to make sure SALT is in it. Immigration is SALT. Immigration will definitely be in it, but they're really pushing SALT. It means a great deal to our California members, New York members, and actually our New Jersey members. So that is one area that they're pushing him hard on.
Gotcha. So how much of this is pep rally versus negotiation versus productivity? You've got a lot of factions, as we've discussed, in this Republican conference. Is it Donald Trump's job to bring them together so they can come back to Washington to start writing legislation, or to make a deal that they can go home?
So I think it's really, believe it or not, going to be a combination of both.
Yeah.
He is trying to rally them, get them on the same page, have them spend time together, doing fun activities like we already mentioned, and playing some golf. But there is a lot of businesses being discussed as well. The one bill, they need the budget, right? I mean, they need to get all these things done by the end of February, and then go into hopefully the one bill. And really, I wasn't sure about one bill or two, but now I'm convinced it's one bill, because I think we are going to have some Democratic help. So one bill, it's a little bit easier for the Democrats to swallow.
Well, so does John Thune need to be part of this retreat as well? It's one thing for House Republicans and the president to be on the same page, but the Senate's the other factor here.
It certainly is, and I know the speaker isn't very much in touch with the senator, so I know he's not there, but I would be surprised if the speaker's not on the phone with him occasionally this weekend.
Interesting. You just mentioned some of the ingredients here not the least of which is salt, pun intended. You've got no tax on tips. We talked to Kevin Brady about this at the end of last week. No tax on overtime. So many different things that would be put into one bill that you start wondering what gets left out. Are we going to have a debt ceiling as part of this? Will emergency funding for wildfires and hurricanes be part of this? Because now we're in a world where there's something for everyone and no one can say no.
That is true. I definitely think the emergency funding will be put into it. Not sure about other things, but this is going to be a massive bill. I mean, there's no doubt about that. It's going to encompass a lot of things that the House, frankly, has needed and needs to get done. So hopefully the Senate, fingers crossed, will go along with some of these initiatives that are in this bill. But the other reason they want it in one bill is because we all know there's some Republicans that do not vote like Republicans, don't really care about what the leadership thinks, and they have to pick some of the Democrats off to get it through, which means you have to put things in the bill that the Democrats want. Like the funding for California, fire in North Carolina, and we already talked about SWAT. So it's an interesting play here, but it's going to be a huge bill, and there's really nothing you can do about it.
Well, and huge in terms of potential price tag as well, when we're thinking of dollar figures. And some of those members you're referring to are people who are very fiscally conservative and want to see requisite spending cuts along with this. Give us an idea of the pay-fors that are actually going to be discussed over the next few days in these rooms.
So the pay-fors, they're going to go through, with Elon Musk's help, go through every single division in the government and see where they can cut. Medicare, Medicaid, I know they've talked about that. Social Security, I don't really see that being viable down at the end. I don't think the members of the Republican Community Partnership would vote for cuts in those three areas. But there is a lot of waste in the federal government. I mean, let's be honest here. So if we can find some of that for offsets, that's where they prefer to go. But we also do know President Trump does not mind debt. I mean, he has it in his personal business. I mean, he doesn't mind debt. I realize there's some Democrats or some Republicans that are really opposed to it, but the president really is not opposed to it. So I think that he'll be comfortable with not finding total offsets.
Called himself the king of debt, if you remember
He
that
did.
a couple of years
He
ago.
did.
Why not get a little more? With that said, then you start wondering about the calendar. And a very ambitious approach at one point by Mike Johnson. He said he wanted a budget bill up for a vote the end of February. That would require a small miracle at this point, I assume. But what's the realistic timetable here? They have a few months to play with.
They do. They really have until the end of the year.
Yeah.
So, but please, let's not go to the end of the year, please. I think probably March into April is a realistic
in the first
time.
half.
Hopefully in the first half, because there is other business that they need to get onto. So they're hoping by the holiday break.
Just to remind the audience, I have X Spaces open. If you'd like to do a call, you can join the X Spaces, just request the mic, and you can ask a question, give me your opinion about what's going on. I'm live streaming on Rumble, and I'm also live streaming on YouTube with the dashboard. You can see both versions on my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com. So please feel free to ask questions, type them in the chat, or join the X Spaces.
To be just a temporary extension of the debt ceiling for some period of time, or if his suggestion that should be done away with entirely is something that can become reality.
I know that the Republican Ministry Partnership members would pretty much like it done entirely. Elizabeth Warren, Senator Warren agrees with us on that, which I don't think has ever happened before. But it would be better for the country, then we wouldn't have to go through this exercise. We always end up increasing it anyway. So it'd be nice to get it off the table, but that's gonna have to get done in the next few weeks.
We talk about spending cuts. There are some areas that you've isolated where spending increases could in fact be the case. The Pentagon's going to be one of them. Rick Davis was the first to mention the first $1 trillion defense budget. Will that be the story in this bill that we're talking about, $1 trillion on the Pentagon?
I think it will be. It's going to be.
Main Street would be behind that.
I think so, at least most of the members. Obviously, one of our members, Ken Calvert, is the appropriator over the Defense Department, but we've given a lot to Ukraine. We have to rebuild what we've given to Ukraine. So that's part of this as well. Plus, we need new technology. I don't know if we're going to fight any more ground wars. It's probably going to be intelligent words, AI type wars. So we need to up our game in that area. And then, of course, I know he wants to spend some of the money on the border for the immigration problem.
Well, to that point, how does the Main Street Partnership, how do the members feel about the way in which the border crackdown is going so far? The deportations, we've seen a very small trade war that started and ended, it seemed, over the weekend over the deportation of migrants. Are they happy with everything they're seeing?
They're absolutely happy with it. I mean, immigration is #1 issue. I think that's probably why President Trump was able to be elected again, and they want the border cleaned up. And the people in their districts want this border cleaned up. So I think he had a very successful, so far so good on that. And it was kind of interesting to see how he dealt with the president. President kind of caved. President Trump said, okay, we won't send them on military planes, we'll send them on commercial. So I think there was some negotiation there. It worked out, and we're continuing to send them home.
So that's the playbook. Did he prove that tariffs work?
I think he did. I think there's no doubt about it. I mean, they came to the table pretty quickly on that.
Just the threat of a tariff.
Just exactly.
Nice. Here we are again. Sarah Chamberlain, great to see you. Seems unfair somehow, 75 degrees in Miami, but there's still snow on the ground. But you're here with us. We're lucky for that. My apologies, although we do want pictures of the slide. From the Republican Main Street Partnership, Sarah Chamberlain, one of the most connected Republican voices that will bring you here on this program. When they come back, they're going to have a lot of work to do, Katie.
Yeah, and they're going to have to do it in pretty short order. Do you hear, Sarah? Just a matter of weeks to deal with the debt ceiling. Maybe we're not going to push it so close to the X date.
You said the two words, extraordinary measures. That's our reality right now. We'll have a lot more with our panel coming up next. Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzan.
All right, before we go to Bloomberg or Al Jazeera here, please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the products, especially the pillars that I've been talking about. One of the pillars deals with antioxidants. Taking strong antioxidants is really important to improve your health, your immune system, your endocrine system, and just overall tissue health. C60 is a very potent antioxidant. It's suspended in a lipid. You can get it in avocado, MCT coconut oil, or extra virgin olive oil. So the reason why the C60 is suspended in a lipid is to allow for absorption. It's better to take this on an empty stomach. And if you work out, take it before you work out, you'll notice that you're recovering quicker, because when you do work out, you're creating free radicals. So if you work out, take it before your workout, take it on an empty stomach for the best absorption. Take a teaspoon a day. Take a teaspoon a day every day. And what this will do is it's going to soak up those free radicals, boost up the health of your mitochondria, increase your ATP. That means you're going to have more energy, and the cells will have less stress and more energy to be able to function. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the C60. This will also help with your neural health. Neurons have lots of ATP, or needs lots of ATP. They have lots of mitochondria. When you get older, the mitochondria starts to wear out. It doesn't function as well. Well, if you improve the mitochondrial health and soak up those free radicals that are building up in the neuron, you're going to have more neurotransmitters. The neuron will be healthier and will have more positive neuroplasticity. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, improve your overall health, soak up those free radicals with a very strong antioxidant. C60 is the best that you can get in terms of antioxidants. So soak up those free radicals. It's part of a 4-pillar system that I've developed over time. Neutralize pathogens, soak up free radicals. The 3rd pillar is bring down inflammation. And the 4th pillar is boost up energy levels. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the C60. It's a very important antioxidant that you should be taking every day. I am so glad that this product is available, because it really has boosted up my anti-aging protocol. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Also, get the resveratrol. Resveratrol is something that I've been taking for decades. It's important. It's an antioxidant. It helps to get rid of cells that stop dividing. When cells stop dividing, they start to accumulate toxins and chemicals and just garbage, and you want to get rid of those cells. So resveratrol helps that. In addition, resveratrol helps with the mitochondrial health. Good mitochondrial health means that you have more ATP, that means you have more energy. Resveratrol is synergistic with C60, NAD+, and ubiquinol. So please take resveratrol every day. You get the most benefit from resveratrol when you stack it with C60, ubiquinol, or NAD+. Since we're talking about ubiquinol, ubiquinol is the most bioavailable CoQ10 that you can buy. All right. So this is a very high quality CoQ10. Very, very high quality. All right. So it's something that you should be taking every day, especially when you get older. You need to improve your neural health. Ubiquinol is the most bioavailable form of CoQ10. Very important for your neural health. Extremely important. It also is an antioxidant, so it's going to soak up free radicals. That's why it's synergistic with C60. And it will help to boost up your energy levels. So you notice a theme. It's about bringing down inflammation, soaking up those free radicals, boosting up your energy levels. If you look at someone that's older, that's aging faster, what are some of the things that you see? Their immune system is down, their energy levels are down, they're atrophying. There's a common theme. That is, there's too much oxidized stress, and the ATP levels at the cellular level are going down. You don't want, if you slow that down, if you improve your mitochondria, you boost up those ATP levels, you soak up those free radicals, you're slowing down the aging process. So please go to my store and get ubiquinol. You should be taking this every day. Absolutely. Very important for neural health. NAD+. I've added this to my stack also to boost up energy levels. Notice the theme? And NAD+ helps to repair DNA damage. When you get older, you start to accumulate DNA damage. We have mechanisms to repair that, but as we get older, if we have a lot of oxidative stress, if we have chronic problems, chronic inflammation, we're going to have more DNA damage, and it overloads our natural ability to heal, our natural ability to correct the damage. You need NAD+ to help you with DNA repair. So you're boosting up your energy levels, you're repairing your DNA, including your mitochondrial DNA, because a lot of people don't know this. Your mitochondria has DNA and your cells have DNA. So you need to repair both. And NAD+ helps to protect your neurons. This is synergistic with ubiquinol, resveratrol, C60. Really important. So I just gave you great ways to boost your energy levels, soak up those free radicals, and protect your neurons. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. The link is in the description of this video and all my videos. Use discount 5. You get $5 off. It's discount, all caps, discount 5.
Interceptors, essentially, and would be a boon for defense contractors like Raytheon if it were to happen.
Well, and the newly minted Defense Secretary, Pete Hegseth, seems on board. When he arrived at the Pentagon for his first real day of work in that job, he talked about this idea as well as some other initiatives now that he, thanks to J.D. Vance casting the tie-breaking vote, has been able to take over as the helm of that department.
That was the moment, late Friday, J.D. Vance in the motorcade to cast the deciding vote that made, indeed, Pete Hegseth the new Secretary of Defense. If you're with us on Bloomberg TV or on YouTube, you see his arrival there at the Pentagon a bit earlier today, a chilly Monday morning in Washington in January, and that's where we start. With our signature panel, Bloomberg Politics contributors Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano are with us. She is Democratic analyst and political science professor at Iona University. Rick is Republican strategist and partner at Stone Court Capital. Jeannie, what does it tell you when J.D. Vance has to cast the deciding vote on such an important appointment?
It tells us that, you know, the margin that they're working with in the Senate is very slim. And I think many of us thought that perhaps McConnell would go no only if there was a fourth no, but that's not what he did. He went no regardless of that. And so that means that in my mind at least, questions not only about Trump's upcoming nominations who are controversial, like Gabbard and RFK Jr. this week and Kash Patel, but also Trump's agenda. Does Mitch McConnell turn out to be, I don't know, the new Lisa Murkowski or Susan Collins or Joe Manchin on the Democratic side, who's willing to stand up and say no to Donald Trump? And that is going to mean that Donald Trump's either going to have to pull some Democrats, which is unlikely if he's lost Murkowski, Collins, and of course McConnell, or is he going to play ball with McConnell on things he cares about, like national security and also Senate rules? So there is a lot that this portends, and we just don't know how it's going to play out.
Well, and we also don't know how things will go down in committee on Thursday when Tulsi Gabbard, who Jeannie just mentioned, Rick, will have her confirmation hearing, knowing she's faced a great deal of scrutiny for past behaviors, including a visit to Syria some years ago. This is actually something that Senator Lindsey Graham, Republican senator, I would add, spoke about on Meet the Press yesterday.
I tend to vote for almost everybody at both parties, but I want to see how the hearing goes. Why did you go to Syria? What did you do regarding Assad? Why do you think Edward Snowden should be held as a hero? I certainly don't. We'll see how the hearing goes, but in her favor, Richard Burr is going to introduce her, and he's one of my
Lindsey
dearest
Graham, Lady Graham, he's a warmonger, and I'll tell you, he's a deep stater. Remember with the whole fake dossier? He believed it at first. He was one of the ones that the Democratic Party convinced convinced certain types of Republicans to further investigation. Because everybody is a perma bear. Everybody, when it comes to these rhinos, is anti-Russian. And Lindsey Graham, I'll tell you, you can't trust him. You can't trust that guy.
It's not worth the agony to be set up. In some cases, they have other priorities that they want to get done. I mean, the Lindsey Graham comments are really instructive. Lindsey Graham does usually vote favorably for both Republican and Democratic senators, judges, you name it. He thinks that's the president's prerogative, and a lot of senators feel that way. They would have to have something extraordinary. And to march in a former senator who was the chairman of the Intelligence Committee and who was well liked amongst the caucus members to introduce Tulsi Gabbard, smart move. And he's got nothing to lose. He could do whatever he wants to do with his free time, and he chooses to come back to DC and front for her nomination. Look, I mean, I think as we've just recounted, there are 3 consistent votes against people who probably shouldn't be in these jobs. The question is, who's that 4th person? And that, I think, is really hard to figure out.
Interesting. We weren't supposed to know about Richard Burr. I guess Lindsey Graham let that slip, so that must have been an interesting moment for Richard Burr, who will be, not only walking her around and doing the meetings and so forth, I guess introducing her before the confirmation hearing, Jeannie, but Richard Burr, of course, this is the former chair of the Intelligence Committee, has been offering advice and counsel in recent weeks here. Will he improve her chances of being firm?
I think he will. Certainly he knows how this is going to play out for her in the hearing. He knows what to tell her to watch out for. And we heard Tom Cotton on Fox News over the weekend saying essentially that she is going to have a fair hearing. But it's interesting when you hear that, because what he is saying is, I'll guarantee the process, but not the outcome, which suggests that there may be a 4th no out there somewhere, if not more. Tulsi Gabbard is the one who's most likely to go down, although historically, once you get to the hearing, that's not something that usually happens. And it's all the issues that Kaylee mentioned, and then it's her flip-flopping on 702, which has been troubling to many on particularly the Republican side. So this is somebody who we're going to have to watch for, along with, of course, Kash Patel this week. And of course, there's other hearings as well, including RFK Jr. And those are the 3 sort of most controversial that Trump has nominated.
Well, but when we consider the president, Jeannie, fresh off what ultimately, though hard fought, was a victory in getting Pete Hegseth confirmed, then maybe the shortest ever trade war between the US and Colombia to make sure that migrants could be deported back to that country on military aircraft through threat of tariffs. And the Colombian president quickly agreed to Trump's terms, we understand. Is this not a lesson that Donald Trump, by and large, is getting what he wants, at least for now? Why would we believe that there is going to be an exception to that rule so early in this term?
Yeah, I wouldn't suggest that we know she's going to go down. I think the thinking is she's the most vulnerable of those left. That doesn't mean by any stretch of the imagination she goes down. And Donald Trump is having a very good first week. But let's not forget what just happened. And you were just talking about the Chinese came out and they shot a gun over the bow. There is no question on the timing here of the Chinese coming out with all of this information on DeepSeek, not just how much it cost, but what was involved in the creation. That is a warning that Donald Trump's smooth sailing may not be so smooth around the world, that this competition is very real. So yes, he's got some important short-term wins here, but it is not going to be smooth sailing. It never is for the president.
I keep asking Rick on this DeepSeek matter, why not, if you're Donald Trump, why not just ban it if it's scooping up Gmail accounts and phone numbers of Americans, or would that make it more difficult for him to rationalize keeping TikTok around?
Yeah, well, he could always flip-flop on TikTok again, right? I mean, like, why don't we just come to agreement that these pernicious kind of businesses that are really sponsored by the Chinese Communist Party and are collecting enormous amount of data on everything we do in our lives should not be allowed to prosper in the United States. It's not. And I think that if you have consistency in the administration, you look at this and many of these other apps that are people flocking to outside of TikTok, and you'd shut them down immediately. And why give access to our data and our information when we don't have reciprocity in China? Simply put, forget all the national security implications, which are not insignificant. Donald Trump wants to make it tough for countries that don't allow our businesses to prosper in their markets. China's the worst offender. Go after them first.
Well, Rick, when we look at what's happening in the markets today, Nasdaq 100 now down 3.3%. NVIDIA obviously is creating a massive drag over the implications for that company. But are you surprised? Because I'm a little surprised that we haven't heard from Donald Trump about this yet, knowing how he likes to use the stock market as a barometer for how he himself is doing as president.
Well, he hasn't put it out yet. So, I mean, maybe we'll hear from him later this afternoon. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised that we get a True Social post, even while he's still on the golf course before the dinner tonight with Republican leadership, that says something, gives the country some indication of where his mind is, because it has been doing the wander a little bit on this issue. And we'd like to see it wander back to some place that has strategic value to the United States.
All right, Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano, our signature political panel. Thank you so much, as always, for joining us here on Balance of Powers. We watch all things policy and politics, but also, of course, Joe, the financial markets, which are having a day today, to see the least. As I mentioned, NVIDIA right now getting hammered down nearly 17 percentage points. Worst day since June of last year. Hundreds of billions of dollars in market cap just eviscerated over concern about what this DeepSeek.
And not just that, there are a lot of people that are investing in NVIDIA with leverage, and they've lost a lot. They lost a lot. There's some ETFs that are leveraged ETFs long, for NVIDIA. So, maybe the bubble for AI is starting to burst. We'll see. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Follow my lead. These are things that I take on a regular basis to improve my health. It's a holistic approach. It's about proper supplementation, proper exercise, proper diet. You have to stretch, so it's proper stretching and balancing exercises, learning new things, talking to people, reading and writing. It's cardiovascular training, it's resistance training, proper mindfulness. So it's a holistic approach. So please take my advice, and it's a lifestyle, and you can't do everything at once. I understand that, but you chip away at it and do a little bit each time, and you'll really improve your life if you do what I'm saying. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the supplements that I use on a regular basis. One supplement that you should be using is digestive enzyme complex. This helps to reduce the load on your pancreas. This is really important. It has the enzymes to break up your food. It breaks up carbohydrates, proteins, and lipids, and it will also help you to recover if, let's say, you're an athlete, younger or older, and you are fueling your body either pre-workout or post-workout. Taking the digestive enzyme complex is going to help you break that energy, that fuel that you used, and reduce the load on your pancreas. So it's for athletes and also for people that are older, 40 plus, to reduce the load on their pancreas. Really important to take. This has the enzymes that you need to break up the proteins, the carbohydrates, and the lipids. Please go to my store and get the digestive enzyme complex. Now, I've added NAC to my stack, all right, probably about more than 6 months ago. So about maybe 7 months ago, 8 months ago. I've added this to my stack. The reason why I added it to my stack, my daily stack, is that NAC boosts up glutathione levels. Glutathione is really important as a antioxidant pathway to soak up those free radicals. All right, it's synergistic with C60. So C60 soaks up the free radicals one way, and NAC soaks up the free radicals another way through the glutathione pathway, taking the boomer boost and the barley, the gladiator barley or the heirloom barley, soaks up free radicals a different way through superoxide dismutase. So if you're soaking up, the point here is if you soak up free radicals differently, in different ways, then you're really bringing down that stress load on your cells. All right. So NAC is really important to take to boost up those glutathione levels. NAC also helps to detoxify your liver and your kidney. And NAC helps to reduce anxiety. A lot of people, they're activating their sympathetic nervous system too much. That boosts up that increases their cortisol levels. And if you're chronically in a sympathetic mode and you have elevated cortisol levels, your immune system is going to go down. So you want to calm that down. You want to go into a parasympathetic. This is part of the reason why mindfulness and some spirituality will help. Calm your system down and go into parasympathetic. Also, when you work out, you have these pheromones that and other positive chemicals that are produced that will help you calm down your body. All right. And so what you have is the idea is to bring down that anxiety, go into a parasympathetic state, and your body will heal better. All right. Your cortisol levels will be lower. You won't be immunosuppressed, and your heart rate will be better. Stress levels will go down, less oxidized, when you're stressed out, you're going to build more free radicals in your body. So you want to just calm that down. So mindfulness that's the reason why I said mindfulness is a very important feature to the holistic approach. Taking proper supplementation like NAC will help you with the calming of that, but it works even better when you're doing some mindfulness or meditation or some sort of spirituality. All right, calm down the system. Working out regularly calms down your system. So if you do this on a regular basis, you're going to have less stress on your body. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the NAC, boost up your glutathione levels, detoxify your liver, detoxify your kidneys, and bring down anxiety. And lastly, I have a dual purpose product here, and that's the olive leaf extract. It's really important. Boost up your immune system. All right. When you have a strong immune system, you have lots of energy, you don't age as fast. You don't get sick as often. And it can fight cancers. All right. When you have a good immune system, you have your body can fight problems better. If you have a bad immune system, don't be surprised that you can't fight disease. Don't be surprised you can't fight cancers. Don't be surprised that you age faster. So taking olive leaf extract will allow you to boost up your immune system because it's bringing down inflammation. Remember what I said, chronic inflammation is immunosuppressive. So you want to bring down the inflammation, and olive leaf extract will help you to control your total cholesterol, your lipid profile, bring down the LDL levels and increase your HDL levels. When you're bringing down the LDL levels, you have less LDL that is oxidized. So that means you have less plaque in your arteries. So if you want to help with your cardiovascular health and your immune system, take this dual purpose product, olive leaf extract.
And the energy plays like Constellation and Vistra sharply lower here. As we ask the question, should it really be this expensive and this difficult to create these models?
Well, and that's what DeepSeek is really raising here. Can this be done more cheaply and with lower quality technology, or at least less advanced technology than others are using, considering that there are controls already in place on exports from US companies or from other companies like NVIDIA into China. And yet DeepSeek was able to do what it has done here. So we want to get into this with Dan Flatley, who covers national security for us here at Bloomberg. He's around the table with us in our DC studio. Dan, when we consider the fact that DeepSeek seems to have been able to pull this off, just like Huawei was able to pull off with their smartphone, something that we didn't think would be possible with export controls, does it show that it's working or just not, or it's not working, or that it's just not working as well as intended, that there are ways around what the US is doing?
Well, I think when you talk about export controls or anything in the sort of sanctions space, or something that is trying to basically constrain another country's ability to innovate and sort of keep up with the US, it's a very tricky proposition just to start with. So I think what we've seen with China repeatedly is that obviously they're very resourceful. They have a deep pool of talent in their country. And they've been able to sort of replicate the performance of a lot of our cutting edge technology by simply just using more of not the cutting edge chips that we're using, but the the previous generation behind that. And that's a very interesting model. And Kaylee, as you mentioned, I think the question really is expense. And so with NVIDIA and a lot of these software companies and chip companies are really talking about outlaying millions, if not billions of dollars to build these AI centers, to build chip fabrication facilities in the US. And all of this money that's being spent in part, with government assistance in order to sort of lead in the AI race. And I think what this is really a moment where people are saying, is it worth it? Do we really need to spend that much money? I suspect that the answer will come in bits and pieces over the next several days, weeks, and months when we find out how exactly was China able to do this? How were they able to replicate the performance in DeepSeek that we have attempted to do, or the U.S. has attempted to do with some of these more advanced technologies and chips? And what is the Trump administration planning to do, if anything, in order to kind of further ramp up chip restrictions and export controls? So I think that it's early days, but it really does underscore how much this is an AI-centric market. Yeah. So this is really the technology of now and into the future.
The Huawei comparison is interesting, and it's one that Gregory Allen from CSIS drew a bit earlier today, the AI expert there at the Huawei AI Center. He says these attacks are not, in fact, attacks that crippled the service, that it didn't have the computing power to keep up with demand, that it wasn't fully baked when this product was released, not unlike the Huawei phone. Do you see that analogy being true?
Yeah, it's interesting. There's been a lot of discussion around DC over the last week or two about artificial intelligence and where this is all going. And the sense is that, if you have a chip that is good enough or a capability that is good enough, you can basically perform a lot of the functions that the cutting edge technology can do in most day-to-day activities, right? So the Pentagon, for instance, is worried about Chinese semiconductors in the F-35, and they're worried about Chinese software or chips and things of that nature in their supply chain. So those are good enough chips that are good enough to do the jobs that we require of them today. When you get to the bleeding edge of this type of thing, stuff is not fully developed typically. You have prototypes, you have things that are sort of still being developed. The airplane is sort of being built as it's in motion. And I suspect that what we'll find, not just with DeepSeek, but also some of the cutting edge US technology, is that there are some gaps, some holes, some vulnerabilities. And the more attention that is on these types of platforms and models, the more they are a target for attacks, and the more they are sort of the vulnerabilities become exposed. So we may find, as I said earlier, in the coming days that DeepSeek may not be as fully developed as the Chinese government would like us to believe, or it may be even more fully developed. I think that it's just one of these things that there's still a lot of questions.
Well, as you mentioned, the Chinese government here, what's to stop this administration from saying, okay, this is a Chinese controlled application that's suddenly #1 on the App Store. Everyone's trying to download it, exposing potentially their data to be released to the Chinese government. Why not invoke national security risk a la TikTok and say, nope, this thing's not operating in the US?
I mean, it's absolutely on the table. I mean, we've seen this with TikTok, although that decision is somewhat in jeopardy.
Trump feels differently about that now.
Yes. So I mean, all of these things are negotiable up to a certain point. But you bring up a good point, Kaylee, which is the sort of national securitization of everything. So here we are talking about national security and tech policy, and part of it is
the national security state. See what I mean?
The fact that we're talking about such an important technology, not just for the future of commerce and how people relate to each other, social media, whatnot, but also for the future of defense. And so I think that there is potentially a national security rationale for cracking down on the availability of these models here in the US. But China may do that anyway, as we've seen with DeepSeek. They've restricted it themselves.
Chinese phone numbers only.
So there's going to be nation state involvement in this one way or another, and it's sort of, as somebody put it to me recently, corporations are really the cutting edge in defense technology these days, and they're really advancing, they're really pushing the envelope on a lot of that stuff, and so you get into this area where our tools that we have in the US, sanctions, export controls, and things of that nature, sophisticated enough, well developed enough, used in the correct manner in order to actually be effective here, without restricting commerce, which is always a tricky balance to strike. So
to the extent that they're enforceable as well, Dan, we had the order, the most recent one from the Biden administration, by the way, that was only like 2 weeks ago. It went out on a weekend and it chose 18 countries that we were cleared to do business with. That left a lot of friends off the list to begin with, but also the extent to which these 18 countries are not porous and are not passing along technology to China. How is that enforceable?
Well, I was just talking to somebody recently today who made the point that if the money is right, the product will move. And this is a little bit different. Export controls are a little bit different, as you know, Joe, than sanctions, which kind of leverage the power and the prestige and the attractiveness of the U.S. financial system to the U.S.'s national security advantage or foreign policy advantage. With export controls, you're talking about trying to restrict I don't want to call it a commodity necessarily, because it is a product that people want and are willing to pay for it. And you need to have very stringent and sophisticated export control measures in place at those, you mentioned 18 countries, at those countries, where they're selling onto. So there's a whole active debate within the government about how far down the supply chain does the U.S. government reach?
These are big questions. Dan, it's great to spend time with you, as always, from our national security team in Washington. Dan Flatley with us here on Balance of Power. In our remaining moments, Kaylee, I want to add the voice of an expert. Michael Zizas is with us, Global Head of Fixed Income Research and Public Policy Strategy at Morgan Stanley, as we consider the global impact here of the technologies that we're talking about here at a time that Donald Trump is staging hours-long trade battles on a Sunday afternoon. Michael, it's great to have you with us. Dan was talking about the national securitization of everything. A story like this reminds us of it today. Is this White House up for it?
Yeah, well, I think that's exactly the right way to think about it. And there's going to be an element of kind of economic policy being used for leverage national security policy across a variety of geographies, right? So I think when we're talking about, for example, tariff policy, which is something that rates investors, foreign exchange investors, everyone is heavily attuned to, you have to think about how the White House is developing kind of real-time optionality across geographies, across regions that they can bring to bear in any type of discussion, whether it be on technological cooperation or national security matters or anything else. And so while we think it's going to be a while before you start to see a real broadening and more aggressive tariff policy on China, markets are going to have to live with the real-time possibility of these events that can create kind of stagflationary shocks in the near term.
Well, why, Michael, do you think it will be a while before we could see tariffs on China like that, considering Donald Trump was pretty quick to say, all right, 25% tariff on everything coming from Colombia, unless you do what I'd like you to? What did we learn this weekend about the way in which he's going to use tariffs as leverage?
Yeah, I mean, I think when it comes to a place like Colombia, there was a very specific conflict that he was trying to solve with regard to migrants. With China, there appears to be a more comprehensive discussion on the offing, and Trump, I think, has hinted himself at some of these inclinations, which is to say, I'd like to have more of a discussion. He's talked about trying to meet with China formally in the first 100 days. And so, and of course, it's a much more important trading partner, and the way Trump's advisor talked about tariffing China is to set on a path to happen gradually in order to kind of help the American economy adjust to that reality. So I think there's a number of considerations where we probably end up on a path to higher tariffs with China, but you don't need to do it immediately. And perhaps there's a discussion to be had beforehand. Again, I don't think China will be able to meet the bar for what the U.S. wants from that trade relationship to avoid higher tariffs, but there's probably some time to explore that first.
So was Colombia the playbook then, what we saw yesterday? It's not about even implementing across the board tariffs. It's just about showing up at the table with a big stick.
I think there's some truth to that. Yeah, I think what the administration is really trying to do, if you look at that America First trade policy, instead of implementing a series of tariffs immediately, basically instructed the whole of government, go out and study the various ways that we can develop trade authority that can be used across geographies, across products, and when the president wants. And when you have that in hand, then of course it can infuse any negotiation on any topic. So I think that's the takeaway from Colombia, as opposed to there being a more specific or sort of grand strategy that's going to apply globally to everything.
We just have a minute left here, Michael, and you'll have to come back and join us for a larger conversation. But we're obviously seeing a massive bid into the bond market today over concern about everything emanating from DeepSeek after we've been experiencing a lot of pressure in the bond market because of concern around tariffs and other measures leading to more persistent inflation. You also had up fixed income. Where do you come down on this?
Yeah, listen, I think that some of the tariff stuff we talked about obviously creates potential for growth downdraft into next year. And the other policy area that's perhaps getting a little less airtime, as my colleague or Chief U.S. Economist Michael Gapin talks about, is on immigration. So one of the things that we think leads to slower potential growth in 2026 is the decrease in labor force contribution from immigration. We've seen some of these actions on deportations and removals pick up steam over the last week or so. So I think that's going to be an important narrative pushing bond yields lower.
All right, Michael Zizos of Morgan Stanley, thank you so much for joining us here on Balance of Power as we work.
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the Boomer Boost. This is a powder. There's a big scooper in here. You take it once a day. Take it. The best way to do it is to take it maybe for breakfast or lunch. This is a meal. It's like a superfood. You mix it with soft foods like hummus or yogurt, or you can create a smoothie, drink it with filtered water. Some people mix it with milk. or a half and half milk and in filtered water. It's up to you, but you should be taking it every day. Again, it's a superfood. All right. This is the fourth pillar that I've added. This is the fourth pillar. It's the last pillar to this protocol that I've been developing and of this 4-pillar system. Again, the first pillar is neutralize pathogens. The second pillar, soak up free radicals. Third pillar, bring down inflammation. Fourth pillar, boost up your energy levels, increase your metabolism. All right. And when you do that, you're really supercharging your health. All right. So by taking this every day, you're boosting up your energy levels. You're helping your cardiovascular health. You're helping with your brain health. You're helping with strength in your muscles. It has 68 different nutrients, increases your metabolism and boosts up your energy. It has a lot of ingredients in this powder. All right. Yeah, go to my website and take a look at the label, but this is pretty intense. All right. This is a perfect superfood to lose weight, to get the energies that you need, and to control your A1C levels. All right. Now, the best way to do this is to take it with the heirloom barley or the gladiator barley. You take them together. This is a high density protein. You take the big scooper of once a day of Boomer Boost and you mix it with small scoops, couple small scoops, 2, 3, 4 small scoops of the barley. All right. It's a high density protein. All right. And the density, it's the nutrients on this is high density versus regular barley that you would get at Whole Foods. This is much higher quality. All right. So the heirloom barley or the gladiator barley. Now, what's the difference? The difference between the heirloom barley and the gladiator barley is that heirloom barley is more focused on the detoxification. So it'll detoxify, bring down inflammation, and soak up free radicals through superoxide dismutase. The gladiator barley is more focused on building up strength. Now, you can build up strength with the heirloom barley, but you'll get more benefit of building up strength with the gladiator barley. It'll also detoxify your body, the gladiator barley. It'll bring down inflammation, and also it will soak up free radicals through superoxide dismutase. So take the heirloom barley if you want to focus more on the detox. If you want to focus on detox and strength, then take the gladiator barley. It works the best when you mix it with the Boomer Boost. You can take it separately, but you get the best benefit when you take them together. Now, I've created a longevity boost box where you get the Boomer Boost powder and you get your choice of heirloom barley or gladiator barley. I discounted the box, and you can add another discount on top of that of discount 5. So if you buy a longevity box or an anti-aging box, it's cheaper to buy the box than to buy the individual products on the store. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. You can get the individual item, or you can get the longevity box, the longevity boost box. Take these together, the boost and the heirloom barley or the gladiator barley, really supercharge your health. Take it once a day, take it for breakfast or for lunch. You'll notice you'll lose weight. You're going to control your blood glucose levels. You're going to improve your cardiovascular health, your brain health. You're going to be able to think clearer. You're going to gain muscle. You're going to get stronger. You're going to have way more energy. You're going to get healthy. And it's like the beginning of the year, right? It's, the first month of the year. This is a great way to lose weight, save some money with food, right? Because this is a month's supply. This right here is about a month's supply, and this right here is more than a month's supply. But the thing is that you take these on a regular basis, and you're really going to supercharge your health and lose weight, get more energy. When you have more energy, you're going to be working out, and you're going to be thinking better, and everything's positive. You're going to slow down the aging process and boost up your immune system. And this is the reason why I put the Boomer Boost as part of the fourth pillar of the protocol. Remember, the first pillar is the Max 35. The second pillar is the C60. The third pillar is the turmeric, the ashwagandha, and the lignans to bring down inflammation. And the fourth part, the fourth pillar is the Boomer Boost. And you do that, you're going to be supercharged. So, great. You know, the proof's in the pudding. You know, these are things that I do on a regular basis. All right, so please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Use discount 5, all caps, discount 5. And if you buy a longevity box or an anti-aging box, those boxes are discounted internally compared to the individual buying the individual items. So buying a box, you're going to get a built-in discount. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. That's the transmission for today. I've been going for 4 hours and 38 minutes or so. Thank you for watching. I appreciate the ones that are watching the stream on Rumble, on YouTube, and the ones that have been listening in on X Spaces. Just a reminder, X Spaces is for you to listen, but also to ask questions. So if you want to ask questions or give me your opinion on something, please do. It's supposed to be interactive. This is not about me just talking. It's about getting your opinion on what's going on in the world. It's important that we talk. It's important that we converse. Thank you for listening, and have a nice day.